From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, wherever you may be. Full stuffed bellies, I'm sure, full of Thanksgiving goodies. Sort of a little sluggish, eh? Well, that's why I had my Thanksgiving dinner at about 3:30 in the morning, yesterday morning after the program, and it was delish. Then I stayed up for a while, let it settle, went to sleep, got up and watched football. And what greets me, but naturally my bet is on the Steelers, on Pittsburgh. And the most egregious, horrendous, unbelievable occurrence in football that I have seen in many years occurred. The game came to a tie at the end, and the referee, as is usually the case, came out with a coin and flipped it into the air. Steelers guy claims he called tails. The referee thought he heard the guy say heads, tails, and he said heads, and it came up tails. And so Detroit got the ball and won the game. Generally, the first person to get the ball after the overtime begins wins the game. And I think Rick here from La Quinta, it's La Quinta, I guess, pronounced, sums it up well. Dear Art, I agree with the potential dangers associated with mass prayer. However, sometimes the need outweighs the risks. Could you make one exception this time? Could we possibly all pray for an immediate reinstatement of instant replay? No kidding. I mean, there were some really horrible calls in that game. Just terrible, wrong, game-changing calls. They must bring back instant replay. They must bring it back. That's all there is to it. Whether it does your team a service or not, I think that we live in a modern day and age where we have the ability quickly to look and see what really happened. And it's getting a little embarrassing out there for a referee to make a game-changing bad decision that stands because they won't accept the video instant replay. It's ridiculous. It's annoying. It's impossible. It must change. Do you care what the president ate for Thanksgiving dinner? No, me either. It says here, though, Japan finance minister may resign. That would be about the 43rd. Last 2 months. OPEC fails to reach deal. That's been going on for a while. Price of oil is at a 12-year low. Interesting. European AIDS deaths are down, not just down, but they have fallen 84% since 1995. They are obviously beginning to get a handle on all of this. A very sad note, if true, and I hope it is not true. I pray it is not true, but it may be. Apparently, the Drudge Report and Associated Press, according to what I've got here, say that Elizabeth Clare Prophet has announced she has Alzheimer's. And when I interviewed her, she did not sound quite right. And I'm so very sorry if that is true. So, initial reports that I'm getting indicate Elizabeth Clare Prophet has Alzheimer's disease. Well, up there near the Redding Ripple, you're getting a bunch of earthquakes. They're, in fact, swarming. Swarming earthquakes near Redding, California. 12 of them in the last 24 hours. Strongest a 5.1. That's pretty good size. That occurred at 11:40 p.m. Wednesday evening. We are going to be talking in the next hour with Father Charles L. Moore. And I got Father Moore's name and number from none other than Zachariah Sitchin. And Zachariah said that Father Moore has been following what Zachariah Sitchin has been laying out all of these years and has comments on it, and it seemed to me impossible. Just impossible. How could a Catholic priest believe that the Anunnaki from the 12th planet are our gods with a small g, that they tampered with us genetically, causing us to be what we are today? I mean, this does drift a little bit away from the traditional Catholic point of view. But we'll find out. It'll be interesting. I suppose around the rest of the dial, it's all Repeat City. We're here live tonight. We'll be here tomorrow night, too. I thought this was kind of cute. It's called A Bottle of Wine. From Janet in Freeburg, Illinois. Sherlock Holmes and Dr. Watson went on a camping trip. After a good meal and a bottle of wine, they lay down for the night, went to sleep. Some hours later, Holmes awoke and nudged his faithful friend. "Watson, look up at the sky and tell me what you see." Watson replied, "I see millions and millions of stars." "What does that tell you?" said Holmes. Watson pondered for a moment. "Astronomically, it tells me there are millions of galaxies and potentially billions of planets. Astrologically, I observe that Saturn is in Leo. Horologically, I deduce that time is approximately 3:15. Theologically, I can see that God is all-powerful and that we are but small and insignificant. From a meteorological point of view, I suspect we have a beautiful day tomorrow." "What does it tell you, Holmes?" Holmes was silent for nearly a full moment, and then spoke. "Watson, you idiot, some bastard stole our tent." I don't know why that one hit me, but it did. Global warming may have triggered the unprecedented melting of sea ice in the Arctic, which has left the remaining ice up to a third, get this, a third thinner than it was 20 years ago. This comes from Fox News Direct. Scientists studying sonar readings from British submarines fear the thaw could lead to huge disruptions of the world's ocean circulations, including the Gulf Stream, which keeps Britain and Western Europe relatively warm. A failure or a deflection of the Gulf Stream, which keeps Britain's ports free of ice and ensures that winter temperatures generally are warmer than at similar latitudes in Canada and the former Soviet Union, would have a devastating, indeed, effect on the climate and the economy there. So you see, when people tell you that, the ice breaking off in the Antarctic, so what? Melting, so what? Think about it. At the same latitude, suddenly Britain and Western Europe, which are kept relatively warm, would no longer be warm and would freeze, and that would change the economics of things just a bit, wouldn't it? So I thought you'd want to hear that, and everybody wants to say, well, it just does not make any difference, Art. You know what? It really doesn't. I know it sounds scary, the ice falling into the water, the ice melting, but big deal. Well, sorry to tell you folks, but it is indeed a big deal if it's going to begin to change the economy of nations, in fact, continents. Think about it. Listen, tomorrow night we are going to do nothing but tell ghost stories. Assuming war doesn't break out, there's not an alien landing nor an impending one, or anything of that magnitude, we will tell ghost stories. And by the way, somebody sent me another really cool ghost photograph. This one is from 1906. Didn't have a lot of computers back then to manipulate images. And I've sent it to Keith, and he's going to get it up there. So, tomorrow night, ghost stories. Good ones, too. Real ones. You want to know about the afterlife? One avenue of obvious investigation is that which we know as ghosts or spirits. That accounts for my following it so closely. Now, we didn't get a full opportunity to do it on Halloween, but ghosts are good any time, and so I've decided tomorrow night we're going to do that. Now, for the next hour, I am going to leave the studio cam image that I snapped at about, let me see, about 11:37 this morning. Was a beautiful day here, and Ramona was out there. Now the barbecue is in the shadows, and so you can't see it, but she was barbecuing brats so that we could have them during the games. I still can't believe that game. Anyway, I took a photograph. It tells you what kind of day we had. If you want to take a look at the studio cam, you will see what kind of day we had here. Beautiful. So I'll leave that up there for about an hour, and then I'll start the in-studio cam going. In the meantime, to the international line, you are on the air. Hello.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning.
Or actually, happy Thanksgiving for you guys still.
Thank you.
And, yeah, a couple of things I wanted to talk about. First of all, I'm glad to see you're back on the air.
Oh, yes. Where are you?
I'm in Winnipeg.
Winnipeg, Manitoba.
Yeah. And my name's Darren. And a couple of things I wanted to talk about. First of all, the weather, and I also wanted to talk a little bit about Y2K.
Okay.
First, I'll talk Y2K. I did a little bit of a Y2K test over here on my VCRs.
And
no problem.
Lucky you.
Okay?
Well, I had several sad emails from people. You know, I read the email from the guy whose VCR locked up.
Yep.
It wouldn't eject, it wouldn't do anything, and then several other people thought they'd do like you did, and they tried it, and theirs locked up.
Mine's okay. Mine are okay. I had one that I bought in 1991, and that's an old one, and hey, it works like a charm.
Good for you.
And the weather, this Winnipeg weather here, we're getting, like last Sunday, we got, we were in the 50s, like low 50s, around 50 degrees.
Yes. And
that is unusual for late November going into December, and we're getting up to about 48 tomorrow.
Really?
Which translates to +8 in Celsius.
What should it be in Fahrenheit now?
See, 40, +8 is 48.
No, what I'm saying is, what would be normal for this time?
What would be normal, say, in the mid-20s or something. Low 20s, mid-20s in Fahrenheit.
Weather is changing.
And low 30s.
Yep.
So that's our wacky weather here.
Well, it'll probably work out that it'll get cold as hell down here or something, and it'll get warm up there, and you'll grow all the food, and we'll have to buy the food.
It's all going screwy, but the thing to worry about is how long is it going to last so nice up here, and also at least it'll make the bad weather last for less time, we would hope. And it's also pretty strange to look outside and see hardly any snow at all or none. In a lot of cases.
I know. I think, thank you, there can be no argument about it. The weather is definitely profoundly changing. It may be only a short-term phenomena, though I suspect it's more than that. But that it is changing, I think there's no longer any argument. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. It's Joe from Boston. How are you?
I'm fine, Joe.
I'm not too good, but I met Danny Brinkley.
Oh, no kidding.
He was up here with me in Boston. He took my phone number down. I hope he keeps his word.
Yep, he's quite a guy.
Yep. We talked about you. And this Y2K thing, I don't know whether you got my last fax. That was after you went off the air. I think
I did, Joe. Yes.
Okay. Did you reconsider it? Because I thought one night we could do a plight night, maybe.
No, I'm not going to do that, Joe, because unfortunately, without an investigator out there investigating whether it's real plight.
Well, I would never lie. I have no reason to lie.
Of course not, Joe. But there are others who might.
Well, because what are people like me going to do when I don't have much to get ready? I mean, you could do it on the side, if you wanted to. But he said he'd talk with you about it.
Well, yes, I'm sure we will talk of it. As a matter of fact, I'm going to have Gary North on next week.
But people like me don't have even the funds to get some of this stuff. I only have a little water and a beige-in radio. Mm-hmm. I'm just saying you could...
You know what? You're actually in better shape than a lot of people who have good income.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are, because they've got their head in the sand.
Yeah, but all I have is 2 bottles of water, and that's not going to last me for anything. I don't have much
when
food.
I tell you it's 2 bottles more than most people have, I'm telling you the truth.
What am I going to do about food?
I don't know, Joe.
And power.
And power? What are we all going to do without food and power?
You have a generator. We don't.
Well, it's only good so long.
6 months.
Yeah, maybe.
Come on, that's better than us. Mm-hmm. So that's why I mentioned about energy. Can you at least ask the listeners to send energy my way like you did with the weather? And wish good things for Joe.
Well, I will do that, Joe. I wish you good things, but I'm not going to do a mass experiment right now. Sorry. My mass experiments are on hiatus while I consider it. I'm thinking about it. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. How you doing this evening?
Very well, thank you.
And happy birthday to you.
Mm-hmm.
Got a question for you.
Mm-hmm.
I missed the show with the doctor who found the alien. Are you going to repeat it? And if so, when?
Well, we did repeat it, and it was this last Sunday night, Monday morning.
Oh, no, I missed it. I work graveyards, and sometimes I have access to the radio, and sometimes I don't.
Well, I don't know what to tell you. One day in the future, perhaps, but we just repeated it.
Bummer. Well, I wanted to tell you, I'm curious as hell as to what took you off the air, but if it means danger to your family, I'd just as soon not know.
There will come a time.
Well, good luck to you and yours, and I hope you have happy holidays.
Thank you, and I wish you the very same. There will come a time that I'll be able to talk about that, obviously, and when that time is here, I will. Period. I'll have a lot to say, as a matter of fact. There already has been some information that is broken in some publications, and it's getting closer all the time, but and it'll finally, I suppose, break, but I shall not be the one to do it. When it does, however, I'll have a lot to say, as I keep saying. Until then, I'm going to keep my own counsel. Anyway, coming up on the bottom of the hour, don't forget at the top of the hour, Dr. Charles L. Moore, Father Moore, actually, and we'll talk about the Anunnaki. We'll talk about the 12th planet. We'll talk about Zecharia Sitchin. It should be a different kind of conversation. Now, to my international line, you are on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art. Yes, I'm calling from dead center in the North American continent. Arnie at Woodside, Manitoba, which is fairly close to Winnipeg. 1290 is my home radio station.
Yes, sir.
And 3 things, if I may. First of all, I've received my CC Crane radio just this afternoon with great excitement.
All right.
And I haven't exhausted everything on the dial. I want to stay tuned to your program in the meantime, but I'm very, very impressed so far. And I actually picked up 1110, I believe it's KFAB, Omaha Council Bluffs, in Nebraska. This is thousands of miles away.
Yes, I know. There is no other radio like it, period. You're lucky because, you know what, they're selling out, and we've got to wait for the next batch to come that are produced, unfortunately, and they're being grabbed up so quickly now that the word has spread like wildfire about the radio, and they're going.
I was thankful. I received mine in 1 week, which is fast from California to Canada. It has to come through customs and a few things, and
that's right.
And, very happy with the service. We here in Canada, one reason I called you had another major Y2K announcement, As you know, maybe a month ago, the Canadian military had announced nationally that all the troops would be on standby in case we needed them on that December 31st. Our National Police Force, the RCMP, have all been notified there's nobody getting any days off from December 31st up till possibly March of year 2000.
Are you ready? Are you ready? Let's say that Y2K brings with it half of what we think it might. The power goes out, water stops because they can't pump. Are you ready?
I personally am. I'm retired from business and I live in a cabin in the country. I've got my wood stove and I'm able to rough it and good well water and things like that. Yes, I'm ready partially. And I've tested all my VCRs and that works properly. They go to 00, but they still work. But today, the major announcement today on our national television station was that the Canadian insurance companies have announced that...
I know, I've got it. They're not going to cover Y2K claims.
Exactly. They're going to put exclusion clauses in all of their insurance claims. So that's a major announcement. Yep. I don't know. They're going quite public with it here in Canada and preparing us for, I guess, what's coming up.
I know, my friend. I read it. I actually read one of the notifications. I didn't read it on the air. I should have, I suppose. But you're absolutely right. Mm-hmm. They are not going to cover anything Y2K related, and they're telling everybody that right now.
Right. So that's an anticipation that we're expecting something major to happen. I have if I may, a ghost story in advance of tomorrow night. I won't be able to call.
Oh, no.
No, it's not a personal one.
No, hold it for tomorrow night. You can call.
Okay, I'll call tomorrow then.
All right?
Okay, thank you.
The international line is not so hard to get through on. Thank you. Tomorrow night, nothing but ghost stories. Now, I warn you, and I really mean this, listening to a full night of real ghost stories is scary as hell. You know why? Because they're very common. Very common. Too common. And as you listen, you begin to realize, and about halfway through, you'll begin to get a chill going down your spine that won't leave for a long, long time. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi. Hi.
That's me.
My name is Phil. I live in New Jersey.
Hi, Phil.
And I'm listening to you on WABC, New York.
77 WABC. How's Curtis doing? Is he calming down?
He's calming down, but I don't think he will ever really calm down.
Yeah.
You know how he is.
I do.
Yep.
You know, he was sending me, I was getting all these faxes saying he's coming out to see me with his band of angels. And I was wondering why he thought he needed all his little angels with him.
Probably moral support, because I think that's about all he is. I won't say anything more than that.
Yeah, I won't either. I've got a line that would go well there, but I won't use it.
Well, the reason I'm calling you is we were listening to some man the other night who's a submariner, or was a submariner.
Yes.
Remember that?
Is that the way they say it on the East Coast? A submariner, yes.
Yes. And, well, anyway, it triggered something, he said triggered something that happened to me. I'm a retired Air Force officer.
Uh-huh.
And it happened to me about 30 years ago.
Okay.
I was flying out of the West Coast out of Travis. I was a navigator.
Mm-hmm.
And I was just deadheading to get some extra time, getting some time and I had to go somewhere, so I flew as an additional crew member. It was the C-124. I don't know if you're familiar with the Globemasters.
I never flew one of those. I deadheaded a lot on C-130s.
Okay. Well, anyway, that had a big crew compartment up forward, and I was sort of relaxing there, and the line navigator, the guy who was, for that mission, having some problem with the radar. Mm-hmm. So he came back and asked me, I was captain, and I had more experience, and maybe I've flown this route, and knew something. I said, what's the problem? Well, he's getting some return out there. He thinks it's a shoal out there. It could be a shoal out there.
A shoal?
I said, hey, not between, once you leave the West Coast and get to Hawaii, you're getting close, there's nothing out here. I thought maybe it was a shoal that wasn't on the charts, and that low tide would come up and he'd take up return.
Yeah.
I said, hey, no how. And so let me take a look at it. So it was just about 200 miles out. The range on our scope in the 124 was about 220 miles, 230 miles, something like that. It was just on the edge of the scope.
Right.
So I said, maybe just, I said, first of all, I said, well, let's see. It could be a thunderstorm out there, just change the tilt on the antenna. And if you...
Could be a rogue wave, could have been a lot of things.
Yeah. Well, it stayed out there. It went a little fuzzier, but it was definitely out there. So I said, well, maybe a defect in the scope. Bring the range of the scope in to about 50 miles. And if it's a real return, it will disappear. If it's a defect in the scope, it will stay in the same position on the scope.
That's logical, yes.
So, brought the range. He says, no, he already did that. I said, what? I brought the range in. There was something out there.
Okay, something big.
Something getting returned at 200 miles out.
Right.
I remembered something. I had been through the navigation bombing school at Mather. And I remembered that very dense material, very large structures will give a tremendous return.
Mm-hmm.
So I said, well, it's not jamming, because I knew what jamming looked like.
Sure.
So I figured, my fuzzy mind said it must be some new type of jamming mechanism that we have on some of our ships that we haven't heard about, and it covers an area so that a missile can't home in on it. A missile needs a point. It can't home in on an area.
Sure.
So that's what it must be. We told the pilot. He picked up on his repeater scope out there, and we gave him an ETA for it, and it says probably a Navy carrier group with some type of jamming mechanism. And so that's why we changed frequencies. We listened, think if we could pick up some Navy aircraft, listening to them talk between the aircraft. Didn't pick up anything. So we plunged on ahead. It was now daylight. It was daylight, and they gave me an ETA for about 50 miles out, because at that point their combat air patrol would intercept us, even though we were on course and airways knew of our position and so forth. A carrier group would automatically intercept any plane coming to the area just to make sure, who they think that.
Okay, we're going to have to rush forward. What did it turn out to be?
Well, that's the damnedest thing. We got to within a few miles of it. We looked out there. We couldn't see anything. The radar now indicated it was maybe a mile and a half wide, 2 miles, 2 to 3 miles long. Tremendous return. And as we started to fly over the area.
In the air or on the
air?
In the air.
1,000 feet up. The radar was tilting down, looking at it, and we couldn't see anything except an area, a darkened area, approximately 3 miles long, a mile and a half wide, which looked exactly like what the radar return was indicating. The only thing that could have been was something very dense right beneath the surface of the water, and all our experience was that the radar energy would not pick up anything as soon as it went under the water.
Oh.
Too deep to have been the shadow of a submarine or anything. No other interference, no interference on our radios. As we passed behind it, we lost track of it because of the configuration of the aircraft. We sent the coded message into Hickam that we had an unidentified sighting, gave it the latitude, longitude, the fact that it was...
What the hell that could have been?
We don't know. We landed. We were debriefed by a Navy officer. He said it was this. We said, no, it could have been a garbage slick. It wasn't this. It wasn't oil slick. And he had the ultimate answer for it.
And that was?
Classified. Took the navigator's log, the pilot's mission flimsy, the radio operator's log.
Wait a minute. He said it is a classified thing?
Yeah.
Wow.
He had no idea what it was.
Wow.
He had no idea.
And he took all the logs?
Yep. The log, the pilot's mission flimsy, the radio operator's log. Gave us receipts for it. Took the chart, everything, and says classified.
I have a suggestion for you.
Yeah.
I would like you to contact, there's two things that you can do. One is you can file a Freedom of Information request that will get you all that information, assuming it's been unclassified by now, and I would think it would be. You can contact somebody named Peter Gersten, who is in...
What's the last name?
Gersten, Gersten.
Yeah.
He is an attorney who will willingly do this kind of work.
Yeah.
Do you have a computer?
Yeah.
All right. Well, you can get him at UFO Lawyer.
UFO Lawyer.
1, the number 1.
Lawyer 1.
At AOL.com.
AOL.com. UFO L-A-W-L-A...
L-A-W-Y-E-R.
Yeah, L-A-W-Y-E-R.
Number 1.
Number 1.
At AOL.com. Tell him that story, and I think he can help you.
Okay, and
then when you get the information, come back here first to tell it.
Oh, I definitely will.
All right?
Okay, the reason I picked it up was that the Submariner mentioned the fact that they had some unidentified objects very large underwater.
That's correct. Thank you very much. Yes, a submarine expert, and there was no question about his expertise. When asked directly about things that moved utterly too fast and much too large under the sea, do they see them as we see UFOs in our skies? And the answer was an unqualified, without hesitation, oh yes. Probably to the same degree that we have unidentified objects that cannot be explained, seen here. What that man saw, you've got to admit, is very interesting and deserves an FOIA request. It'd be interesting to see what they come up with, huh? Wildcard line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Ed from Madison, Wisconsin.
Hi, Ed.
I'm the guy that's hassled you over the last couple of years about fasting.
Oh, yes.
Sorry about hassling you for that. I just really get excited about the topic, and didn't mean to hassle you, but I know I did.
No, that's all right. I mean, fasting is not a good topic on Thanksgiving, but...
Right. But that is a topic I was going to talk about in response to Joe that you called before.
Oh, yes.
And that's what I'd like to say to him, that if he's feeling a sense of powerlessness, like there's nothing that he can do, I would just like to suggest to him to take some time to fast and pray, and I would say from my experience that truly nothing's impossible through prayer and fasting.
Well, he's got a lot of time to prepare, for one thing. Mm-hmm. And if he's got a Bajan radio, he's got water, he's already ahead of most people, frankly.
Yes.
So he'll make it.
We'll keep him in our prayers.
Okay, take care.
You.
Thank you. Do that indeed. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi. Going once.
Hi.
Hello.
Hi, I'm calling from Green River, Wyoming.
Okay, welcome.
Thank you. I watched that game today.
Yeah.
Yeah. And there was a call early on in the game that gave Pittsburgh a score that it shouldn't have.
That they should not have made. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I saw that.
So, it shouldn't have been a tie maybe in the first place.
I know, but you can't say it's cool because that's karma and,
no.
that's the way... No.
No, there was quite a few bad calls there.
They have got to bring back instant replay.
I agree with you. I was kind of upset when they took it away.
Yeah.
The other thing I wanted to talk about was the worming.
Yes.
And I moved here to Green River from Valentine, Nebraska, and they've been setting records in the 70s there.
Really?
Yeah. They've been... today I talked to my family there, and it was 72.
This is, it's one of those things, you watch now, you mark my words, the whole country is going to wake up to this all of a sudden. I mean, already people are, of course, saying, what's going on with the weather?
Oh, yeah, well...
But it hasn't really quite dawned on everybody that we're in the middle of a really profound change.
No, it is pretty strange. Here in Green River, we are High Plains Desert, and we are usually... have snow on the ground here in Thanksgiving time, and it's bitterly cold.
Yes.
And it was about, I'm not even sure what it got up to today, because I didn't look, because I was watching the games instead, but I think it probably reached close to 60.
Imagine this. British submarines are saying they are measuring 1/3 less ice in the Antarctic.
Yeah.
Can you imagine that? 1/3 less ice. What do you suppose that might mean?
Well, and the chunks that are breaking off are big. I heard someplace that they're bigger than what the Titanic hit.
Yeah, much bigger. And,
Yeah.
and there's even yet a bigger one getting ready to break off. All right, got to break it off here. We'll be back at the top of the hour with a Catholic priest who knows all about Zachariah Sitchin's work. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM. Well, okay, here we go. His name is Father Charles Elmore, and I know he's somewhere in Central California, and I know that Zachariah Sitchin recommended that I have him on, and that's all I know. Here he is. Father Moore, welcome.
Hello, Art.
Hi. You must be in Central California someplace.
Pacific Grove. It's on the Monterey Peninsula.
Okay. Why do you think that Zachariah Sitchin would say I should talk to you?
Because of a dialogue that's been going on between Zachariah Sitchin and myself for several years now, and in which we seem to understand each other with great accuracy. And I have been very grateful to Zachariah for providing me with some insights into where theology might have come from.
All right. Let's back up. We'll get to that in a second. Could you tell us about yourself? Are you an active priest? Are you retired? What kind of priest were you? And so forth and so on. A little bit about you.
Well, yes, I was ordained in 1964, and I've been retired for a few years now officially, but I'm still working at it by having this meeting in my house that's very successful. And I kind of travel around, have ceremony will travel, and I go up to Montana, down to San Luis Obispo, and to some other places. I'm a lawyer also, and I went to Stanford, and was in the Navy one time.
Okay.
That's sort of my background.
All right. So you are currently not active as a priest?
Yes, well, I'm active all right, but I'm just officially retired from assignments.
I understand.
I'm sort of on my own as a retired priest.
You were a traditional Catholic priest?
Yes, I think that's fair to say.
Okay.
I was ordained out of one of the most conservative seminaries in the world in Los Angeles, California.
Well, it's a pretty long way from that conservative background to an alliance with Zachariah Sitchin and the 12th Planet and the Anunnaki and all the rest of it. So maybe you could explain to all of us how that happened.
Well, I'd just like to make a phrase first as introduction. It's the introduction of the gods, this is what I call it, the introduction of the gods into the paradigm being the accepted view. And I have frequently thanked Zachariah for allowing me to have the information to insert the gods into the paradigm. And what that seems to do for me and for everybody I talk to, when they get it, all of a sudden all sorts of things make sense that never made sense before. It's probably the most remarkable synthesis of what might be called secular history and scientific process and religious theory that I've ever found in my life.
When you insert the gods, you said.
Insert the gods into the paradigm. Yes.
How from everything you have learned, everything you know, and I assume at least at one time everything you believed, do you do that? How do you insert the gods?
Well, the gods, of course, play a big part in the historical view of the world by mankind, and they appear quite forcefully in the Bible. But they appear in the Bible as if they were mythological, or as if they were things of naught, as it is said. However, the Greek gods certainly play a big part in our memory of ancient cultures, and the English poets play on them a lot, as do the German philosophers. And these gods, of course, are looked upon as being mythological or perhaps psychological, and they are taken in those terms. What Zachariah Sitchin tells us is that they are real, and that they are as real as we are. And one must understand that these gods are not spelled with a capital G, but with a small one. I asked him a question one time. I said, Zachariah, is the God whom we worship the God whom the gods worship? He thought for a moment, and he said, well, yes, exactly. And then he wrote a book to prove it. So, the God of gods, as it is stated in the Bible, is extremely consonant with being the God whom the gods worship. Now, putting that all together, of course, takes a little bit of deep looking at your belief system, but in the final analysis, it simply verifies it and makes it more credible.
And so you find no conflict with what you have learned and what you now believe versus what you originally thought you believed as a complete story.
That's basically correct. However, when one does this, one has to look at one's creedal system and reevaluate it. Many of the favorite doctrines of the Catholic Church, for instance, turn out to mean something quite different in this context than what is usually accepted. And this process is greatly assisted. Also, one looks at it and one finds certain real problems about the origin of Christianity, for instance, which come into clear light under the auspices of there being gods.
There are many things about the Catholic Church that befuddle me somewhat. I'm not Catholic. My wife is. And we went to Rome not long ago and walked into the Sistine Chapel.
Yes.
And as you walk through the front of the main entrance to the Sistine Chapel, here's this gigantic globe in a glass enclosure with the signs of the zodiac on it.
Yes.
And I stood there, and my jaw dropped, and I went, what? The Sistine Chapel? This is what I'm greeted with when I walk into the Sistine Chapel?
Exactly.
Perhaps you could explain that seemingly impossible vision.
Well, my approach to that is from something very cognate to it, is the subject of telepathy. People ask me, for instance, the Church doesn't believe in telepathy, does it? And I say to them, well, I don't know. But if the Church does not believe in telepathy, what are they doing when they pray?
You say that to them?
Yes, exactly what I say.
And what kind of reaction does that usually get?
They say, oh, I never thought of that. Why, I suppose that's right. It's really much closer than you think. As far as the zodiac is concerned.
Yes?
The entire, well, let us take a simple thing about Judaism, which is basic to the whole thing. And that is the way the encampment of the Israelites was laid out by Moses in the desert, okay?
Mm-hmm.
And you will find that not only do each of the tribes of Israel have a zodiac sign assigned to them, the numbers being 12 in both cases, but that the arrangement of the encampment was the arrangement of the zodiac, in which the Ark of the Covenant pointed east to the equinoctial sunrise, and the tribes went around in a sunwise circle, as the American Indians would say, from right around to left, in exact order of the zodiac, each tribe having its proper position.
All right. So there's apparently a lot of things about Catholicism that I don't know. A lot of misconceptions about Catholicism. And so you embrace the thought that long ago, this 12th planet, Nibiru, did come by, that in fact there was a race called the Anunnaki, or whatever you want to call them, I suppose it doesn't matter, a race of extraterrestrials who intervened with a creature here at that time, produced, I suppose, you certainly believe, by God with a big G, and intervened genetically to produce what we are today. And they did this in order to mine gold.
That's right.
Wow.
That's right. I find that utterly consistent. Now let me tell you why.
Please.
Genesis, which of course is a very popular book in the Bible.
Yes, it is.
Genesis has a bibliography. Now, when people say, what? How could Genesis have a bibliography? It's the first book. Well, of course, Genesis is not the first book. It's just about beginnings. But it has a bibliography which is contained in the book itself. And the bibliography is of books, most of which are lost. One of them is called the Book of Noah, for instance. And there are other books, the Book of Jubilees, etc.
Mm-hmm.
Now, a Book of Enoch. Now, these books, the big deal about Zechariah Sitchin is how he got started on all of this. And I suppose he told you that. How, as when he was doing his bar mitzvah, the rabbi had him memorize part of Genesis.
Mm-hmm.
And one of the phrases in it was about, it was translated from Hebrew into English, so he was doing it in Hebrew. The English translation was, "For the sons of God saw the daughters of men that they were fair,
mm-hmm.
and took as many as they wished to wife."
Mm-hmm.
Now, curiously...
Producing the Nephilim.
Huh?
Producing the Nephilim.
Nephilim, yes.
Yes, Nephilim.
And the word sons of God was translated from the Hebrew word Nephilim. All right?
All right.
Well, he said to the rabbi, "Rabbi, the word Nephilim doesn't mean sons of God, does it? Doesn't it mean those who came down?" The rabbi said, "Yes." He said, "Well, why do you translate it sons of God then?" He said, "Don't ask questions, just memorize it."
Yeah.
Which is a typical, might say, Catholic answer.
Well, I, as a child, went to Lutheran church, and I got similar answers until one day, when I asked too many questions, they asked me to just not come back next Sunday.
That's what they do to folks like that. And the thing is, of course, that it is the questioner who cares about the answer, you know.
Oh, yes.
And people who don't ask questions probably don't care about either the question or the answer. And so therefore what's happening in that situation is that the theologian, or whoever it is that's teaching you, is defending themselves against being brought up against their own doubts and ignorance. And their refusal to answer or to be questioned is a sign that they don't know what they're talking about. And you, as a child, knew that, of course.
Had you expressed these beliefs when you were active and you had a parish and so forth and so on, would you have been removed?
No. I went to a friend of mine who went through the seminary with me, who is now bishop in a Northern California diocese. Mm-hmm. And actually he's my best friend in the seminary. And I sat down with him and explained a good deal of this. And afterwards, he rocked back in his chair and said, "Wow." He said, "Charlie, you've really been doing your homework, haven't you?"
Did he?
"But you understand," said he, "I couldn't speak publicly of these things."
Did he really say that?
Yes, he did, sir. And that's just about where we are on this matter. I mean, you know what I call this particular theology? I call it the theology of radical conservatism.
Do you think that this belief or this knowledge is held tightly within the Vatican?
Yes, I do.
Wow. I say again, wow.
Yeah, very much so. And we're going to see it breaking forthwith. By talking to you this night on the radio nationwide, maybe the opening shot of a tremendous celebration.
There have been, Father, a couple of interesting news items from the Vatican with respect to unidentified flying objects being, in fact, real. I forget, I may have been a bishop, high official of the church, went on television in Italy and made some sort of statement to that effect. And so there's been a few things like that. You've almost got to wonder if they're not sort of preparing the way for more information to follow.
Well, if you want to go on to that for a minute, let's deal with the June 30th phenomenon. By the way, I also know Graham Hancock and visited him in Devon.
Oh, a wonderful man, a good friend.
Isn't he a great guy?
Great guy, yes.
Absolutely. And his recent book, The Mars Mystery, is really a bombshell. I noticed that his date, which he supports with considerable scientific evidence, to look out for what I call the bolide, all right? My theological statement of that, the Noah flood was a bolide hit. The Earth was hit by some object from outer space that caused what was called the Noah flood. And the history of bolides in the world is very well recounted by Graham Hancock.
Absolutely. Father, hold on. We'll pick it up at that point when we come back. The Great Flood. A bolide. Well, if it was that, how did Noah have time to prepare the ark? Because the bolide would have been not quite immediate, but nearly immediately disaster. Indeed. Interesting email. Hi, Art. My name is Anthony. I won't give his last name. And I'm writing from the Republic of South Africa. I apparently have a lot of listeners there. I'm listening to your program here now at 9:30 in the morning. I'm interested in your Y2K comments and phone-ins. I'm preparing for the Y2K problem here by moving out of the city and going to live in the Kingdom of Swaziland, a rural and unspoiled area in the southern African region. Keep up the good work. Well, I guess my going on the radio in Cape Town had some effect. We seem to have a lot of listeners now in South Africa via the web. Back now to Father Moore. And Father Moore, you were saying that the Great Flood was caused by a bolide, or otherwise people would think of it as a meteor or a giant rock from space.
All right.
How would Noah have had time to prepare the ark if it was a bolide? It would have come surely without warning.
Well, the entire story is recounted in the records of ancient Sumer with great precision.
Okay.
The name of the person is Utnapishtim. That's Noah's name in Sumerian, okay?
All right.
Utnapishtim was a king of Erech, which is one of the cities of Sumer. And it came along that this bolide was sighted by the gods. This is the way the story goes, coming in, and they knew that it was going to strike and create havoc, and that they would have to evacuate the planet in order to avoid being killed.
Mm-hmm.
And the question was whether they were going to save the people or not. But the chief god, Enlil, who usually comes on as El, decided against saving the human race because they'd been so messed up by the interventions of a certain bad god named Hazazel. And so consequently, he decided not to warn them. However, the story is that Enlil's brother Enki, who was a friendly person toward humankind, decided that he would save somebody. And so he called Utnapishtim into the sacred precinct behind the rood screen and told him to come into the temple at that night and that he might hear something that would be of interest to him. And there he told the rood screen that night about the coming catastrophe and that the entire world was going to be destroyed either by fire or flood, and that therefore he should prepare himself a boat. And he said, by the way, rood screen, I brought the plans for this boat along, and I'll leave them here with you so that you, rood screen, can at least escape from this catastrophe. And leaving, of course, the fish team came up and snatched the plans and went to work and built the boat, and the rest follows. In other words, the gods saw it coming.
The gods.
The gods saw it coming, and the gods gave the warning.
All right. Dan.
That's what the Sumerians say.
Indeed. Dan in Palm Springs, California, asks perhaps the obvious. Art, happy Thanksgiving. Please ask the good father how long he was a priest, and was he asked to retire?
Okay. Answer, I've been a priest and still am since 1964. And as I was ordained in the Diocese of Monterey, and I was not asked to retire.
Okay.
I retired in the normal course. So there is no breach between me and the hierarchy.
That in itself is shocking, and that you would have asked a bishop told him all of this, and he would have simply acknowledged that you're correct, but it can't be talked about. There are many, many, many secrets held within the walls of the Vatican, aren't there?
There certainly are.
I have interviewed another Catholic priest frequently, whose name I bet you're familiar with, Father Malachi Martin.
Oh, yes. I've read his book, Windswept House, with great interest.
There are some pretty serious indictments in that book.
I would say.
Would you care to venture? I don't want to push you into an opinion you don't want to give, but you haven't been hesitant so far.
Well, I don't disagree with Malachi Martin about anything he says.
You know?
And he's added to my store of knowledge, but I wouldn't question his veracity.
Father Martin is and has been, as well as an advisor to two popes, very close to the Vatican, an exorcist.
Yes.
Do you believe that people, in fact, are possessed by evil, by the devil?
Well, the simple answer to that is yes. This opens up a whole field which we may not have time to get into, which is about what I call shamanism. And to put it plainly, this is the definition of a shaman I've learned to work with. A shaman is a person who discovers within their own heart the knowledge that everything in the universe is made of spirit. And this, of course, is what Einstein said. But anyway, the shamanism, in my opinion, is the original religion of the 3.5 million years of mankind. And it still survives among us. And the function of shamans, Moses, by the way, was a shaman, and apparently so was Jesus. And the function of a shaman is to deal with spirits, good and bad.
Was Jesus the Son of God?
Not in the way people usually mean that.
You know, I asked Zechariah that the other night, and he said, Art, that is something that I have yet to deal with. I'm going to write a book about it.
Oh, good.
But I don't have my answer for you right now.
Yes. Well, Jesus, in my opinion, is someone I would call a master. And the necessary comparison to Jesus is Siddhartha, Buddha, Bodhisattva. And the parallel between the life of Jesus and the life of Buddha is absolutely astounding.
It is, yes.
And I've gone to India to check it all out on site, and it just keeps getting more marvelous all the time. And for instance, the idea of Bodhisattva, the basic statement of Buddha as Bodhisattva, which occurs at the time of his passing at the age of 80, is, I am with you all days, even to the end of the world, which is exactly what Jesus had to say. And the idea is that Bodhisattva is the point where the man who is enlightened, the enlightened Buddha, becomes the enlightened spirit who chooses to remain to assist those in the process of illumination who choose to ask him for that assistance. And it seems to me that this is precisely the same function that Jesus performs. So that it's so much so that I have this saying that I go by. Jesus grafted a Buddhist shoot on a Jewish root.
Father Martin says that he knows the third secret of Fatima.
Yes, I know.
And that I will frequently ask him about it, and he will always not tell, but he will say something like, it's worse than the worst you can imagine.
That's right, it is. I know what it is. It was released in June.
It was?
Yes.
How? No. What? I'm sorry, I missed that.
It was released.
In June.
Yeah. Now, that goes back to Graham Hancock. Graham Hancock predicted the 30th of June as a bolide hit. You know that?
30th of June of...
1999.
No, I did not know that. You're giving me all kinds of new information here, and I can only deal with one at a time.
Okay.
The third secret of Fatima.
Well, now the point is, the third secret of Fatima is there will be a bolide hit on June 30th, 1999.
Oh. In other words, we could perhaps have a repetition of
the flood,
the Great Flood, or it could hit land and
a firestorm.
And a firestorm. I was not aware that Graham had made a prediction of a June 30th hit of a bolide.
Very much so, in the Mars Mystery. He gives the exact date.
June 30th.
June 30th. You know that meteorite shower we just had?
Yes.
That's the front or back side, as you might look at it, of the same shower that will hit us on June 30th.
Whew. You're laying so much new stuff on me here that I'm having to try and assimilate it as best I can. Now I'm going to have to get hold of Graham, obviously.
Yes. Well, he'll tell you, because it's in his book. And the thing that got me was that I read his book shortly after it came out, and I found the information about the third secret of Fatima shortly thereafter. And the fact that both the third secret of Fatima and Graham Hancock's prediction predict exactly the same date kind of raised my hair up a little bit.
Sure. Oh, sure.
Now, the thing about that is, the word bolide, which I use so frequently here, is actually Nostradamus' word. And he predicts the bolide on July 6, 1999.
Who released the third secret?
Vatican.
The Vatican did.
That's what I understand.
How could I miss this? Do you actually have the text of it?
No, I don't. I got it in a sort of a news flash, and I haven't been able to track it down further than that either. But it was in some kind of a publication that came out, and there it was. That's why it's more terrible than anything you can imagine.
Well, that would virtually end life.
Yes, it's a life-extinguishing event. Graham Hancock, in his book, The Mars Mystery, says that these life-extinguishing events have occurred every 30 million years within the last 4.5 billion of the planet's existence.
Now, I have some sympathy with that point of view because, of course, there is the eternal dialogue between those who believe in creation and those who believe in evolution. And I don't see the process of evolution underway, though I'm here for a short time and may not notice. I tend to believe that we go through periods of creation and destruction, and that evolution as we know it, particularly as you look back on it, there are jumps that are unaccountable.
Right.
Occurred at times of creation or destruction and then creation again.
That's right. That's exactly the way I view it. The thing is that we are living in a shooting gallery, and you look around at the other planets, and you can plainly see that bolide hits are the order of the day. It's what the frequency is that we don't know, and the Earth isn't any different than any of the others. And Graham Hancock tells you exactly why these bolide hits hit at that frequency of 30 million years, which you might be interested to know. And the idea is that the Sun, it's about orbital speeds. The orbital speed of the Earth, well, one of them is 1,000 miles an hour, around its axis. The other one is 60,000 miles an hour around the Sun in its yearly course. The other one is, I believe, 360,000 miles an hour, which is the speed of the Sun going around the Milky Way. And the thing is, though, as the Sun moves around the Milky Way, it does not move in a plane like a planet, but rather follows a dolphin-like course, going up and down in a sine wave, like a dolphin. Apollo the dolphin, the Greeks called it. But anyway, as it goes up and down, it passes through the spiral arms of the Milky Way, in which the matter is much more dense than above or below. And the period between the peak and valley of any wave is 30 million years. And when you look at the geologic record, Graham Hancock says, we have such a life-extinguishing event every 30 million years. It is no doubt caused by the Sun passing through the arms of the Milky Way.
That is correct. I believe that is exactly what Graham said. The original flood, the story of Noah and the ark.
Yes.
There was then intervention when a bolide was headed our way. What do you anticipate or know might occur this time? In other words, will there be yet another intervention?
Well, I think that's the promise. I think this is what the fundamentalists call the rapture. That whenever this happens, somebody mounts a rescue effort. That seems to be exactly what it's about. The thing is, though, that in the former hit, the time of the flood, whenever the bolide hits the sea, as in the Deep Impact, the movie, whenever it hits the sea, there are these huge tidal waves. And by the way, the destruction in the flood was not basically caused by the 40 days and 40 nights of rain, but by huge, excuse me, by huge tidal waves that eventuated off Antarctica where the bolide hit, and came up the Indian Ocean into the funnel of the Persian Gulf and poured out over into Central Asia. Now, this is what happens when a bolide hits the sea. If a bolide hits the land, however, huge quantities of earth are thrown into outer space, scatter themselves around in a kind of corona around the earth, fall back to earth through the stratosphere, become highly heated, and cover the earth with a rain of fire, which is totally destructive of everything on its surface. Now, such a hit on land would be very hard to prevent the destruction, unless some kind of intervention from out there should occur just before that happened. Afterwards, it would be too late.
Of course, the more likely scenario is that it would hit water, since more of our planet is water than land.
70%, yes, that's right.
Exactly. The results for us, though, would be, I suppose, somewhat the same.
Yeah.
Just about nothing would survive.
That's right.
You know, I am really, really, really curious to, I hope you can stay around and let me open up the phone lines and let people ask you questions, because I guarantee there are a lot of questions out there about what you have said.
Well, I hope so.
Do you feel like you have a little bit of time? I'm
ready.
You are?
Yes.
All right, I should warn you, Father, that I have unscreened phone lines. I just, I don't pre-question my callers about what they're going to ask. They can ask anything they want, and based on what you've said, believe me, they're going to have some serious questions.
I know. I do this every Sunday.
You do?
Oh, yeah. Well, after I give my talk, I always say, well, what do you think about that? And people ask me and go wherever they want.
You do this on radio someplace?
Yes, I do it on the radio on occasion. And I also do it, I used to do it on Seeing Beyond, as a station that's recently gone national. And but I do it every Sunday here whenever I have services.
Okay. Stay right where you are, Father. This should be absolutely, positively fascinating. My guest is a Catholic priest, and one who began as a very conservative Catholic priest, Father Charles L. Moore. And if you've heard the last hour and you don't have questions, I suggest you check your pulse. Holy smokes. He was recommended to me by Zachariah Sitchin, who was on earlier in the week. And after the news, we'll open the phone lines. Buckle in. All right. Let's make sure that I've got this right. Father Moore, welcome back.
Hello.
Here's email. Father Charles is aware that the book of Revelation talks about a burning mountain falling into the ocean. Perhaps he can paraphrase that verse?
Not offhand. It'd take me a second, but I recall it.
You virtually have said tonight that you believe the world, our world, as we know it, is going to end June 30th of 1999. this coming year?
Well, I would say that people ask me what are the chances of this happening, and I say, well, I guess just about what the chances are of everything happening 50-50. But the point is that the fact of the coincidence of three major predictors on one date, effectively, causes me to have pause to think that it's very likely is going to happen. Let's put it this way, I won't be a bit surprised, and as that date comes closer, I will expect to prepare myself.
Do you think, Father, that we will have warning of this? And when I say that, I mean not just what you're saying right now, or Graham Hancock, or the Third Secret of Fatima, but warning in a astronomical sense that some astronomer will see this thing coming toward us.
Graham Hancock says no warning.
No warning.
And he says why. It's 24-hour. The warning will be 24 hours, which is much too short to do anything about it. And the reason he says that is that the Leonid meteorite shower, which we go through in June it comes in the daytime hours.
Well, I thought the Leonids came in November.
They do, but they also return in June.
They return in June.
Well, that's what Hancock says. I'm taking his word for it. And that when they come in June, you don't see them. That's why they don't make anything of them, because they're not visible.
I see. And
he says that they're hiding in there someplace. Is a great foggy mass-covered, debris-covered bolide of considerable size.
Well, I do know that astronomers have categorized, I believe they claim 10 to 15% of what they call the Earth crossers. They only know about 10 to 15%. And I also know that in the past, many, many times, the Associated Press, the main wire services, have run stories that go about like this. The Associated Press learned today that Earth had a very close call 2 days ago.
Right.
24 hours ago. And then something came very close that we had no idea was out there. And we find out about it 2 days later. Now, does that give me a lot of hope?
Well,
that we would know ahead of time? No.
No, it doesn't. The thing is, however, I will tell you that coming events do cast their shadows before in terms of deep-seated psychological awarenesses.
I believe that.
And I think that we're beginning to see symptoms like that popping up all over the place. At least I'm seeing it around here. And it doesn't have anything to do with having heard what I said. There's some kind of deep disturbance at work.
Oh, boy, do I agree with you. I wrote a book called The Quickening, which was all about that. And I'm not a prophet, but I have felt for some time now that a really major event is imminent, is on the way, is close. I can just feel it. I can feel it in every fiber of my being. I know it.
Yep.
All right, here we go. First-time caller line. You're on the air with Father Charles Moore. Hi.
Yes, Father Moore?
Yes.
I had a question for you. You seem to jump between different historic and archaic texts quite often. I want to know how do you decipher which texts are accurate, or you seem to take a verse out of the Bible then continue it in some ancient other text.
Yeah.
And I want to understand.
Where are you, caller?
From Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. Some of it, no doubt, comes from Zechariah Sitchin's reading of the Aramaic.
Because when you were talking about Noah before, and you mentioned about the meteorite, in Genesis it speaks about the waters covering the highest peaks for several months.
Right.
If that were true, do you as a scholar and as an educated person, do you really believe that it would take several months for the water to recede from the highest peaks?
Certainly would. The thing is,
why do you say that?
When these bolides hit, the Genesis uses the term, the fountains of the deep will be loosed, right? As well as the 40 days and 40 nights. And fountains of the deep being loosed means tidal wave, tsunami, right?
It's true.
And the thing is that when a bolide hits and sets off the tidal waves, they are huge, but it takes them at least a year to settle down. And they keep sweeping around the earth and around and around and around for at least a year. And actually, that's just about the period indicated in the Bible in which it took the flood to subside, which is curious.
Well, that's the proper time frame, I imagine. But
yeah.
I just can't fathom it would take that long for the seas to settle.
Well,
that's your view and it's my view, but it's neither here nor there.
That estimate is given by people who deal with such things.
What are your views on Jesus himself? Is he the Savior, or is he just one of many saviors?
Basically, yes. The thing is that the concept of Messiah, and when one looks into the concept of Messiah, one learns a great deal. For instance, the book of Judges, that is so called in the Bible, should be called the book of Messiahs, because that's what Messiahs do. And what Messiahs do is liberate people. And that's, of course, what Jesus says he's here to do. It's about freedom. And that's what Buddha said he was here to do, and that's what the judges in the Old Testament did.
But in the New Testament, and excuse me for interrupting, but before I lose the train of thought, in I believe it's Corinthians, or one of the New Testament books after the Gospels, where Paul saying that there was no other name beneath heaven given amongst men by which we must be saved, save the name Christ Jesus. How would you justify a verse like that?
That's Paul of Tarsus, and I'm afraid I have not a good opinion of him.
Well, how can you not have a good opinion of him, though?
Because I've discovered in studying these matters that Paul of Tarsus is a Greek, and he makes Jesus into a Greek god, and Jesus is not a Greek god.
I'm sorry, sir. I disagree with you, because he was picked of the Lord.
Well,
and
of course we have this.
I'm not going to argue your point because you seem to be set in your ways.
Well, all right, caller. Thank you. And take care.
This is what I call fundamentalist problem, Art. The fundamentalist problem is this: you believe the messenger more than the message.
You can't name that bishop that you talked to, can you?
I'd rather not.
Okay.
He didn't want to be known publicly for his opinion, and I'll respect that.
I understand that. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hi, Art. Thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
And you're great to the world community. And I'd like to ask your guest. First, I'll call it from Los Angeles, California. I would like to ask your guest if possibly he might think that I've been doing a lot of. I'm 34. I've been doing a lot of reading and really interested in alien abductions since I was 17. And I happen to know a woman that has been abducted. Now, I would like to ask you. We know of many accounts of women being abducted and testimony of possibly hybrid beings being created by these beings. Now, could it possibly be that if this is going on, that these beings are trying to somehow preserve the human race in some form before this catastrophe might happen? Maybe they have foresight that this is going to happen. And maybe that question might be for Art, too.
Well, that's entirely possible. The thing is that if you read the Sumerian story of the creation of Adam and Eve, you will find that it is precisely a genetic experiment conducted by the gods in which human beings on the planet 300,000 years ago were used as the source of one half of it, the feminine half, the ovum, and the Anunnaki, or the people from the other planet, were used as the other half, the male half. And that genetic experiments were the precise way in which human beings were bred up.
Okay.
The bad news is that the human beings were bred up by the, quote, gods, unquote, to be slaves.
All right, now I got another question. Have you ever heard of some tapes called The Day of the Nephilim?
I'm sorry?
There's some tapes out there by this one minister called The Day of the Nephilim. They talk about
the Nephilim?
Yeah, the beings having sex with human beings and creating giants.
That's right. That's the story of the descent of Azazel on Mount Hermon.
Okay, now this tape that I heard, and this minister that was talking was saying more or less that these beings were of Satan and that they couldn't procreate like we do, so they had to do it genetically.
Well, they've got that a little backwards.
Okay, can you explain your view on that?
Well, it's pretty close. The thing is that the name of Satan in the New Testament that Jesus reuses was Beelzebub. Now, that's a Babylonian word, and the meaning of that word is idol of the flies, all right, or lord of the flies. That same name appears in Judaism as Hazazel, and that also appears in the book of Enoch. And this Hazazel Beelzebub is the personage who is presented as Satan or the devil in Judeo-Christian literature. And this is a very specific person and can be very clearly identified as to what happened. And what happened, according to the Sumerian story as presented by Sitchin, is that the descent of Hazazel on Mount Hermon was against orders from on high, as it were, and he came down here in order to engage in fun and games with the ladies. And the result was that he produced offspring that were monsters and giants. And that this was the cause of the reason why the human beings were not rescued from the flood, because the entire race had been corrupted by the interference of this Hazazel. Mm-hmm. Now, it's very interesting that this Hazazel is precisely, in Judaism, Orthodox Judaism, is the demon of Yom Kippur. Yom Kippur being the principal feast of Judaism, in which communion with the Spirit of the Creator is the object. And Hazazel is the one to whom all of the sins are sent by the priest on the head of the scapegoat. And this Hazazel and the identification of the devil as Hazazel will clear things up for everybody massively if they can get with it. Now, the thing is that this Hazazel, it isn't that the Nephilim are all devils, but rather that Hazazel is a devil. In other words, he's just a bad god. All right?
All right. Father, it was a man from the Vatican named Father Balducci, that's the name,
yep,
who went on Italian television earlier this year, incredibly, to discuss his views officially on UFOs.
Uh-huh.
And that would indicate to me that the Vatican seems to be preparing all of us for something, and the Vatican must know something that we don't know, and they're trying to get information out, not directly, but somewhat indirectly.
Well, that's about correct. And I think that may be the story with Malachi Martin as well.
Father Malachi Martin also has been saying to keep your eyes firmly upon the sky, because there is going to be a large sign from the sky. He thought this last spring, and now he thinks this coming spring, so that really
he knows the secret of Fatima, and guess what?
It's
That's it.
The bolide.
Bolide.
I sure would like to lay my hands on the actual text. Are you working on that at all, trying to get hold of it?
No, I am not, as a matter of fact. But I believe that it wouldn't be too hard to do if you put your mind to it, internet and all.
Internet and all. All right, Father, hold on. Father Charles L. Moore is my guest. June 30th, 1999. The Father says that is the third secret of Fatima. And that on that date, a bolide is going to strike Earth, land, or sea. And it's more or less a moot point which it is for us. This is Coast to Coast AM. All right, back now to Father Moore. And Father Moore, I have a question for you. With what we've already had from the Vatican, would you expect that between now and that fateful date, June 30th of 99, that there would be official statements from the Vatican?
I would expect so. The thing is that I'm not sure whether this was an official statement that was sort of, played down by the press. As you say, some further investigation has to be done into the circumstances.
All right, here's somebody who writes, A question for Father Moore. Mr. Bell, if there is going to be an extinction event next June or July, June specifically, what reason would there be to not commit suicide before then to escape suffering beyond imagination?
Well, because the suffering at that time wouldn't be any greater than doing it yourself.
Well, that's a good answer. Plus, there is always the possibility that it will not occur. And
well, that's just exactly right.
I actually, Father, I've told this story before, but I had a very interesting phone call once from a lady who said, if we knew we had 6 months to go, and there was going to be an event in LE that would extinguish all life, do you think everybody would go out and run their credit cards up to the max? And let me finish.
Yeah, sure.
And I said, I really have no idea. I doubt the credit card companies would allow it. And so this lady called MasterCard or Visa, I forget which, one of the big ones, and she asked that question.
Huh?
And, the first person said, hold on a moment, please. And she actually got to somebody high in management, and they answered her question. They said, well, we actually have considered this, and our attitude would be to allow everybody to continue to charge all they wanted based on the following assumptions. One, if it hit, it wouldn't matter. Everything would be academic, and nobody's going to be collecting anything anyway, so who cares? But based on the possibility that it wouldn't hit and that Earth would survive, we'd be in great shape.
Well, that's pretty good, isn't it?
And it's actually a fairly logical...
a very logical answer.
Yes, it is.
The interesting thing is that they considered it.
Yes, indeed. East of the Rockies, good morning. You're on the air with Father Moore.
Good morning, Art. God bless you for your show. Father Moore.
Yes.
I am so happy about this show because I need an answer, and you, from what I heard you talking about earlier, can corroborate or give me the answer to this. From the things I've read, I believe that when God made the creation, first he made, you know what the Sephirot are?
I'm sorry?
You know what a Sephirah is?
Sephirah, yes.
Okay.
Yes,
God created other universes, which are the Sephirot.
Yes.
And those and then he created this universe.
Yes.
And I believe that from those other universes, those were the gods, let's say, or extraterrestrials, which were like God was the architect and they were the workers. They came here and we were created.
Well, that's kind of the story, isn't it?
And it would be great if you would be able to, I think Art could have with you like 2 shows so you could explain how it was created. Because it's so interesting and it's so easy.
It's very easy indeed. And the thing is, this is the question of dimensions, you see.
Right.
And the word dimension is actually the inadequate word. The word should be multi-mention.
Right.
Because dimension means only 2 of them. Mm-hmm. And the action is that there are many of them.
Right.
And the thing is that the process of creation and what is meant by creation needs to be clarified to deal with that. And what creation is, curiously, is represented by what the scientists call black hole theory. But the idea of creation is that it is, and it's actually in the book of Enoch as well, and also in the book of the Gospel according to Thomas, which we've now discovered, in the mouth of Jesus. And here's what he says, and this really needs some explanation, but here's what he says. For spirit to become matter is a marvel, but for matter to become spirit again is the marvel of marvels.
Mm-hmm.
Now that's what creation is, as I understand it.
Right,
when spirit becomes matter.
But don't you think it would be easy? Okay, from what I've read, like the infinity and so contracted.
Yes.
In order to create the vessels.
That's right. It is the emergence of the material from the non-material.
Right.
And the
it's
thing
so
is
easy to
that
understand.
emergence is pressed by an osmotic power of the Creator.
Mm-hmm.
This is precisely the kind of thinking that we need to do. And this is I brought up the word shaman before.
Mm-hmm.
This is the ancient religion of the world. We have been shamanic for 3.5 million years. We've only been human in the sense that we are now after the God's intervention for about 300,000.
Mm-hmm.
But still, the shaman is your radical priest. He's the radical, or she, is the radical person who understands from their heart the process of creation.
Wouldn't it be great, Art, don't you think it would be great for the Father to have a show or to explain how creation was made? It's so easy to understand.
Well,
it makes so much sense.
We can certainly ask. The scientists talk about the Big Bang, Father.
Yes, they do.
Would you instead refer to Genesis?
No. I would try to explain Genesis in terms of the Big Bang, rather. The thing is, I know a lot of people don't like the Big Bang Theory, but I rather like it. And the reason I like it is because of what it deals with, and this is pretty abstract mathematics, the non-dimensional point. And this is a Kabbalistic concept from the Kabbalah of the Jews in the Middle Ages. It's called Kether, and Kether is the manifestation point of the Sephirah that our friend, the lady, was just talking about.
Mm-hmm.
And the idea of it is it's a non-dimensional point, and points are all non-dimensional, of course, in which the unmanifest reality manifests as reality. Now, I say that again. The non-dimensional point at which unmanifest reality manifests as reality the way we know it. Now, this point is clearly demonstrated by the black hole theory among scientists, which is the idea that a black hole, which is at the center of our galaxy, for instance, has a tremendous appetite, and it rather eats up the galaxy as it goes over hundreds of billions of years. But the idea of it is that it is a place where mass is condensed to such a smallness as to make it almost impossible to imagine. For instance, just as a general idea, that if the Earth were in the black hole,
mm-hmm.
it would be a microscopic planet.
Oh, yes. Oh, indeed.
You see? Now, the thing is, but the idea one would think that this black hole is dimensionally, by our dimensions, very large. But the opposite is true. The black hole is infinitely small and having this massive appetite to consume those things which appear large. And someone has also pointed out that a quasar seems to be the other side of a black hole. That what it takes into its non-dimensionality and back, apparently, into, pre-material being, it then spews out as a huge burst of light, something like a quasar. And that creation, this would be a succession of creation and catastrophe, mm-hmm. in which the one is the other side of the other. And that this is what we call creation. Now, I want to say something right there. What we're dealing with here is a concept of the Word of God. Now, we take the Word of God, the Bible, and only the Bible. Well, in a sense, the Bible is the Word of God. Well, maybe it's the Vedas instead. Well, maybe in a sense it's the Vedas. But actually, the primary Word of God is something that West Point calls celestial mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
The primary Word of God is the universe and the way it works, both inside of us and outside of us. And it is upon this Word of God that we must depend to interpret any other Word of God that we receive.
Boy, I'm telling you, you're going to shake up the force tonight. Well, west of the Rockies, you're on there with Father Charles Elmore. Hi.
Gentlemen, good evening.
Good evening.
Good morning, as it were.
Where are you?
I'm calling from San Diego.
Okay.
Those of us who are from the Monterey Peninsula or in the Monterey Peninsula have known Father Charlie as one of our best-kept secrets.
Well, apparently so. Now, maybe you can help me out here because a lot of people are writing saying this cannot possibly be a Catholic priest.
Actually, I interviewed Father Charlie in 1992 when I had a show on a public radio station, KAZU, in Pacific Grove.
Really?
Good to hear you again, Father.
Hello.
As ZZ Top would say, you're bad, you're nationwide.
All right.
I did want to ask you a real quick question from last night. The gentleman who faxed you about the based on a true story scenario of somewhere in time wasn't perhaps from Tucson, Arizona, was he?
No.
Oh, good. That's good. Father, I'm myself a devout agnostic, and as we know, fundamentalist Christians would say that our only hope for escaping in what you described as their concept of the rapture is to accept Jesus Christ. And personally, as an agnostic, if I was going to pick any religion, I certainly, and not to start a firestorm of controversy, wouldn't put my chips in the Kingdom Hall, for example. It sounds like we're doomed. I mean, I had a pretty much surreal, emotional Thanksgiving as it was, and this is kind of the cherry on top. So basically, what can we do, Father?
Well, I think that what we need to do is to awaken our inner shaman.
In other words, prepare spiritually.
Well, I wouldn't say it that way, really. I know what you mean. But when I say awaken our inner shaman, I'm saying something about our capacity to deal with our unconscious world. All right? And the thing is that, you put it in terms of the unconscious world. For instance, in dealing with this thing about the gods, there are two manners in which the gods seem to be ahead of us. One of them is technology, and the other is telepathy. Now, being ahead of us in telepathy is kind of a 100th monkey internet idea, which is that we are all communicating with each other on this unconscious telepathic level all the time. And if we knew how to do that and bring it back and forth into our consciousness, we would be massively empowered. And I believe that.
I believe that as well.
Father?
Yes.
I remember one question that stood out back about 6 years ago now, I guess. We were discussing, when you and I talked, the Kabbalah, and I remember you saying that you bring that up in your, they were pretty much ecumenical services, aren't they?
Oh, yes.
That you bring up the Kabbalah, but you will not teach it because you consider it too dangerous. In light of what's coming, do you still believe that to be the case?
Yes, I do. The thing is, I teach the Kabbalah. I have no problem with that. But when somebody asks me, teach us the practical Kabbalah, which is how to manipulate the power, I won't do that. And the reason is that I know something about that curious religious phenomenon called the forbidden secret. All right? And the thing is that when people, if there is a forbidden secret, everybody wants to know what it is.
I was about to ask.
But what it is, what the forbidden secret is, now this may not sound like what it is at first, but you'll have to think about it. It's how to get the consent of the victim in a sacrifice.
Whew.
Now there's my definition of priesthood. Priesthood is not a priest, he's a sacerdos, a sacrificer. And here's what a priest is. The instrument of a priest is a knife. The action of the priest is to kill. The power of the priest is to get the consent of the victim to its own death. And the purpose of the priest is to give God a good reputation.
All right. Let me read this to you, Father.
Yes.
I've located the verse in the book of Revelation which mentions the burning mountain. It's Revelations 8:9.
Yeah.
And the second angel sounded his trumpet, and as it were a great mountain burning with fire was cast into the sea, and the third part of the sea became blood, and the third part of the creatures which were in the sea and had life died, and the third part of the ships were destroyed. He goes on, it gets better. 10. And the third angel sounded, and there fell a great star from heaven, burning as it were a lamp, and it fell upon the third part of the rivers and upon the fountains of waters. and the name of the star is called Wormwood.
There you go.
Now, that sounds eerily like the bolide that you're talking about, doesn't it?
Certainly does. And you notice these angels, by the way. Notice that these angels are the angels of the four directions.
Which, you know, I almost hate to say this, and I hate to even bring it up with you, but that sounds an awful lot like a Wiccan belief to me.
Well, it is. Because Wiccan is directly descended from primal shamanism. And like all things, has become corrupt and therefore a bad word. But nevertheless, its essential approach to reality is an ancient shamanic approach and has to be respected.
Incredible. All right, Father, can you do one more hour? I mean, there's a million people who want to talk to you here.
Sure.
All right, good. Father Moore is my guest, Father Charles L. Moore. He says the third secret of Fatima has been released. He says the third secret is that this coming June 30th, as Graham Hancock, he says, also predicts, is going to be when a bolide hits earth, water, or land. It may be somewhat academic for all of us. It doesn't really matter. But that would be about it. And the trumpet sounded. Stay right where you are. All right. Here we go again. Father Moore, this is very interesting, and I'm glad somebody faxed me and reminded me. The Vatican, not long ago, against all odds, against all environmental considerations that would have prevented anybody else or any organization or even university from going on top of Mount Graham in Arizona, muscled their way on top of Mount Graham and built an observatory to look at something or for something in space.
There you go.
I mean, they blustered their way past all the red tape, and in conjunction with the university, that observatory is on Mount Graham. What do you suppose they might be looking for?
Maybe what's coming, huh?
Maybe what's coming, huh? Indeed. West of the Rockies, you're on air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hello.
Hello.
Oh, hi.
Hi there. Where are you?
I have a few questions. I'm in the Bay Area.
The Bay Area, okay.
Yeah.
You're actually near Father Moore.
Oh, well, I'll have to go see him. I have a few questions.
Yes.
First is, how do I or we prepare our souls and our bodies for what is to come?
Thank you. That's the question I wanted somebody to ask.
Including...
Well, stop there. Let him answer that, and then you can go on.
All right.
All right. First of all, what you need to do is to do a meditation on the nature of death. Mm-hmm. And you will be surprised. Now, here's a statement which I believe is far beneath and above what people usually say. And I apologize in advance because it's a little shocking. And that is that ecstasy is the only dependable motive of conduct of every sentient being.
Wow.
That's the first statement. Second statement is that the universe has been created by Creator in such a way that ecstasy is the only dependable motive of conduct of every sentient being. Meditate on that. And then realize that ecstasy is associated with that transformation of life that we call death, and that is true for every sentient being as well. Meditate on that. Because what we call our soul is more properly called our spirit. And the first thing to understand is that Jesus didn't invent eternal life. Eternal life is as much celestial mechanics as the bolide and the stars. All we can do in our lives is improve or disimprove its quality. The spiritual life is here, as the Egyptian Book of the Dead indicates. It is not the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It is the Book of the Transformations of Life. That's its real title. Okay. And the idea is that the shamanic knowledge, the ancient revelation, the truth of beginnings, is that we are all involved in a process of eternal life, be it on this planet or elsewhere. And it's always been like that. So, to prepare ourselves for whatever may come, be it all together with the bolide, or one by one as is normal, or how to greet the day with a light heart and joy, whether it be for any of those things, and perhaps for all of them. What we need to do is to meditate on what I just said.
Does that help you, ma'am?
Huh?
Yes. I have a couple more questions.
Go ahead.
Okay. Related to that.
Yes.
Oh, boy. I have so many questions.
Okay.
Even though Jesus said, be not afraid, I am sometimes.
Primal fear.
But when I'm not afraid, it's the opposite feeling, which I think is what you just described, is the feeling of great love and connection to everything.
Primal fear and primal ecstasy balanced against one another in such a way that it is awesome, and that the ecstasy is just slightly dominant, but the fear does not go away.
That was my next question, is love the strongest force in the universe? And I think you already answered that.
Yes, I think so.
And do Celtic people have sort of an edge on this?
Yes, indeed they do.
That's what I thought. Okay.
And the reason is that the Celtic people are very close to their shamanic origins, just exactly like the American native people.
I've had these questions since I was 5 years old, and no one could answer them.
Aha.
Drove my mother nuts.
Well, you see, you have good questions.
Thank you. Is there one true church, like the Mormons say there is?
Well, let me tell you about that. The only true church is the Church of Humpty Dumpty. Now, let me tell you what I mean by that. The story of Humpty Dumpty sitting on the wall is, of course, the good news is he was once all together on the wall. The bad news is that he's fallen off and gone to 1,000 pieces, and the politicians can't put him back together. All right? Now, what we need to do is to realize that in our hearts, we all have the power to time travel, as it were, back to that place where Humpty Dumpty was on the wall. And that's the true church. And that's the origin. And this is what we all have in common. And the good news is we have the power to do that. And if the world is to be saved from its confusion, it will be because on the 100th Monkey Internet, we help each other do exactly that and quit fighting about what we differ about and understand how real that agreement truly is in the nature and the function of the universe.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Hello, sir.
Hi, this is Nelson from WLS area of Chicago.
Right.
Oh. And, Father?
Yes.
My question to you is, do you see a chance of the churches going back to their shamanic roots, the Judaism going back to the shamanic roots, or to find God, or everybody going to have to leave the churches? This is sad that the churches dissuade people from their shamanic roots.
That is the problem. Precisely, you've got it right on the head, on the barrelhead, I might say. But the thing is that what I say to people, never leave the religion of your mother's womb. Only go within it until you find the place from which it came, and you will find everybody else there with you. Now, what I mean by that is, this is the gospel, it's in the gospel, according to John, in the story of the woman at the well. And here's what Jesus says to her. All right, I know, I read it in the Greek, and here's what he really says. And in Greek it says, pneuma theos, which is, Spirit is the God. Now listen to that. That's kind of different. Spirit is the God, he says, my dear. My dear, Spirit is the God, and so are you. And if you would relate to God, it is spirit to spirit that you must do it. Where, when, and with whom is a matter of secondary importance. What Jesus is saying is the words of a pure shaman. Jesus is one. and he's telling us all we should be too.
Father, when did you first connect with Zachariah Sitchin?
Oh, quite a while ago. I would say maybe 6 years.
6 years ago. When you first heard Zachariah,
yes,
did it hit you like a brick falling on your head, or did you assimilate it slowly and sort of prove it to yourself, one little proof at a time?
Well, let me say this. I read his book long before I met him, The 12th Planet. I read that right after it came out. And I don't remember how long ago that was. It was
quite a while. Mm-hmm.
Quite a while. And I didn't understand it at all. I read the whole thing through, and I put it aside and said, oh, that's interesting. And that was about it.
Mm-hmm.
But then a good friend of ours came by here, Dr. Ed, and invited Zachariah Sitchin to town. And a big turnout came, and I went. And after listening to him talk, I said, wait a minute, I think I read that book. I think I better read it again. And I went and read it again, and it hit me like a ton of bricks. And instead of being scandalized or upset, I said, well, that makes sense. And everything's been making better sense ever since.
Now, here's an interesting question that you're not going to be able to answer, but maybe part of it. Somebody writes, what is the name of the liberal bishop who agreed with him, meaning you? You're not obviously going to give the name, but would you characterize the bishop you spoke to as liberal?
No.
You wouldn't?
No.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hi there. How are you? This is Karen in Houston.
Hi, Karen.
Hey, Art. Father, in the Celtic tradition, I know that, like in the movie Willow that Ron Howard did, there were the Tuatha De Danann, which means people of Danu, which I think tied in.
Yes, indeed.
Yes, and Robert the Bruce was trying to return Scotland to the Celtic belief.
That's right.
And so he understood what you understand.
Yep.
Also, the Library of Alexandria, we lost so much when that was destroyed.
Absolutely. Burned with the Christians.
Right. Do you think that, like, the Nag Hammadi scrolls, the Dead Sea Scrolls, is this us slowly getting back some of what we've lost?
Well, I have good news for you. Yes, it is. And I have good news for you.
Yes.
They found out that the Library of Alexandria had a basement.
Uh-huh.
And the basement was not burned and was underwater. And they're beginning to bring up all those books. And these are the second copies, but we're beginning to find that the Library of Alexandria isn't totally gone after all.
All right.
Isn't that fun?
And the shamanic part that you're talking about with Christ, in the Book of Thomas from the Nag Hammadi scrolls, he does have that quote in there that I have faxed to Art sometime back, and I think you're bringing that back out again, where he says, bring forth that which is within you, and what you bring forth will save you. If you do not bring forth what is within you, then it will destroy you.
Exactly.
Is this what you're talking about?
That's right. Because that which is within you is the Spirit.
Yes.
And it will turn you into a curdled mass of fear unless you do with it what it's supposed to do, which is to manifest it.
Right. In other words, when you understand things and you have certain knowing, you should share it and not just keep it to yourself or manipulate it in the wrong ways, because it will,
yes,
it'll burn you up good.
I would give a caution with that.
Yes.
Masters do not teach dogma.
Right.
They teach dharma. And the difference is that dogma tells you what you must do, and dharma suggests to you what you might do.
And that keeps you from crossing wires with the free will of things, right?
Exactly. You never order people around. You only suggest to them where they might look, because you know perfectly well nobody believes what people tell them. All of us only believe what we find out for ourselves. And the only way we can help each other is to help each other find out without preempting the process.
In other words, leading others to personal experience.
Exactly.
All right. Father, a million people are going to want to get hold of you. Is there an email address, a website, a regular mail address, or anything you can...
There's an email address.
Okay.
You might find it interesting. The real name of Merlin is Mordoon, and much hangs by that. Now, curiously, my last name is Moore, and therefore I have taken that name. Mordoon, AOL.com.
Okay, spell that for me, please.
Moordune. D-U-N-E. As of sand dune.
Moordume.
D-U-N-E, yes.
N as in...
As in Ned, yes.
As in Nora.
Right.
Oh, Mordoon.
Mordoon.
Okay, that's Moordun as in Nora, E at AOL.com.
Yes, sir.
You will get mail.
Okay.
Believe me, that's M-O-O, all lowercase?
Yeah.
Moordun as in Nora, E at AOL.com. All right.
Correct, yes.
Good. East of the Rockies, you're on air with Father Moore. Hi. Hello? Going once. Going twice. Gone. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hello?
Hello.
Yes, all right. Father Moore, I want to just make this comment of my gratitude. I left home as a young boy during the Depression, and later on in life I had spiritual intrusions, and because I didn't want to get locked up, I went to the Indians and lived with them for several years, medicine people.
Yes.
And you talk the shamanism life, which I lead, and you are just so right on, but I have never heard it explained in rational terms. I've just practiced it.
Well, congratulations and welcome home.
It is just, it's everything. What you say is absolutely so right on.
I want to share this with you then. I go to Montana all the time, and up there I have met a very marvelous Indian shaman called Longstanding Bear Chief, a chief of the Blackfoot. And I talked to him about this, and I said, Bear Chief, I want to try out a definition of shamanism on you and want to see what you think. And I said to him what I say of shamans. A shaman is a person who discovers in their heart that all things are made of spirit. He couldn't say anything because he started to cry. And after he had cried, he looked at me again and said, "You're a Catholic priest?" And I said, "That's right." He said, "Will you come up here next summer and spend some time with us and tell my people that? If you do, we might get our dignity. Please come."
You know, Father, it's very interesting because I did an entire program with some Hopi elders. As a matter of fact, it was pretty arduous because we translated as we went. We had a translator, and we did a whole show with Hopi elders.
Yes.
And they virtually said, from what they know, exactly what you have said with regard to the bolide. They said it in a slightly different way, but they said exactly the same thing. Hopi legend actually ties exactly and precisely in with what you have said tonight about the coming bolide. Are you aware of that?
Yes, I am aware of it. I have been down there to the mesas, and I spent time with Thomas Binyaka and his wife Fermina, and I am familiar with that. And I've also been to Guatemala and visited with the Maya in the highlands, and found there exactly the same prediction and the same idea. And however, there I found something else, which is the prayer of the shaman.
All right.
The archetypal prayer of the shaman. It's very short.
All right. Well, it'll have to hold for the bottom of the hour. We'll be right back. This is Coast to Coast AM. Well, all right. In a moment, it's back to Father Charles L. Moore. I have 2 books that I have written, folks. And actually, these books, I think, will give you some insight, perhaps even to my recent absence. Certainly the first book, The Art of Talk. It is about my life. It's a hardcover book. It's It covers a lot of behind-the-scenes talk radio. It was a very frank, very blunt, very coarse, very accurate description of my life. It's all laid out. It's updated from the original version, very much updated. Has 60 photographs. And you can see me from when I bloated my mother's belly until now. That's the truth. The other book I wrote is called The Quickening. And when I reread my own book, I quake a little bit at it. It involves a lot of events that are going on right now, and it actually relates to what we're discussing with Father Moore tonight. The course of human events right now, in every area, political, environmental, social, every aspect of human endeavor appears to be quickening, and I am not a prophet, nor am I a priest, but I know, and I have known for some time. I wrote this a couple of years ago, now more than that, and I know something is coming. Deep within me, within every fiber of me, I know it's coming, and I document how I know that in this book, which was on the New York Times bestseller list for a long time and is still selling like crazy. Now, every Christmas, this Christmas being no exception, but this may be the last one, I offer my books, actually The Art of Talk, first time for that, autographed editions, and it's going to be the last Christmas. I can only sign so many, there's only so many hours in any given day. So if you would like my books, The Art of Talk and The Quickening, or The Quickening, individually they're $24.95. Art of Talk is 260 pages. The Quickening, 336 pages. They're $24.95 each, or if you buy both, you get 2 autographed editions, and I think this may be the final time I ever offer this, for $44.95 plus shipping and handling. And there are a limited number of copies available, signed copies, believe me, limited. The number is 1-800-864-7991. You can call right now. 1-800-864-7991. And we're certainly not going to make it to Christmas. I can tell you that. I will call a halt to this with no notice. I give you warning now. One night I will simply say, over. And it'll be pretty soon. 1-800-864-7991. All right, Father Moore, welcome back. You said there was the prayer of the shaman.
Before I say that, Zechariah asked me to give a number where you can get his book, Heaven and Earth.
Oh, of course.
And there's an article in there by me, which you might find interesting.
Oh, there is?
Yeah.
All right.
And the number is 888-519-8484. I told Zechariah I'd give that number out if I had a chance.
Okay, that's 888-519-8484.
Correct.
Okay.
Heaven and Earth.
Zechariah might have warned me a little what I was going to walk into when I put you on the air.
Oh, well.
The prayer of the shaman.
The prayer of the shaman. May the heart of earth flow to the heart of the heavens through my heart, and may my heart be the heart of every sentient being.
Very good. Father, I've got a piece of email here, and you're going to get a lot like this, but I suppose you're used to it. I think it comes from a fundamentalist.
Mm-hmm.
Let me read it, let you respond. Art, as Father Martin, Malachi Martin told you, there are a great number of satanic followers who have permeated the church.
Truly.
This Father Moore is an example of how seductively deceitful Satan can make his message appear. The Lord promises us through the Holy Spirit the power of discernment of spirits. It is with this gift, after prayerful consideration, I say Father Moore's view is obviously closer to witchcraft than Christianity. Mark in Indiana.
Well, that is exactly a fundamentalist response, and is exactly what I would expect. But I will tell you that I've been there myself. I know what he's doing, and I understand it. The thing is that, remember what I said about primal fear?
Yes, sir.
Primal ecstasy? This is a response of primal fear. I have sympathy for it.
Here's another one. No one should consider what this father says about the bolide or anything else of any, he says, is of any value. He values his own opinion over that of Jesus Christ and the apostles. In the Catholic Church, once a father, always a father, but that does not mean that you speak for the Church. This man is speaking in behalf of Satan. Same group, huh?
Same group. Well, that one.
All right. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Charles Moore. Hi.
Peace to you, Art, and peace to you, Father. My name's Tom. I'm in South Carolina.
Hi, Tom.
I have a question regarding the natural world, the supernatural world, and the preternatural world,
yes,
and how that relates to the transfiguration of Jesus Christ, as written in the second book of Peter in the Gospel.
Right.
The apostles are supernatural, as I am, being part physical and part spiritual.
Right.
Jesus is part physical and part divinity, and his angels are preternatural, as in the angels, Christ's angels, as they were created as pure spiritual beings, are they preternatural? Is that preternatural? Is there a difference between preternatural and divinity, as Jesus Christ is divinity?
That's a very good...
I'm a remembering Catholic. I'm remembering myself into the Catholic faith, and these are some questions that I would like to ask you.
Well, those are very good questions, and I've thought about them a great deal. And the way I like to approach that is to say, it's a problem of the meaning of the word supernatural. We get a lot of that in the Catholic Church, supernatural. And supernatural is taken to be outside of the order of nature, right?
Okay.
Beyond the order of nature. Well, that's a word which was conceived in a two-dimensional world. Now that we see how many dimensions there may be in the universe, the entire thing becomes a matter of dimensionality. That's one way to approach it. And that whereas it might be said that we have some awareness and ability to act within three of the most four dimensions, the divinity from which we come has a capacity to operate in any number of dimensions we can't imagine. And that, of course, is supremely, I wouldn't call that supernatural. I would call that supremely natural. And that is exactly how I view the Creator. The Creator is supremely natural, and therefore the order and the operator and the author of nature. And that, as far as Jesus is concerned, however, the Church of Jerusalem, which is the original church that followed Jesus, by the way, it is not the one that followed Peter, it is the one that followed James, his brother. They are called the Ebionites, and these people did not regard Jesus in any way except as the Jewish Messiah. And as such, he is no more God than you are. And as a matter of fact, he said as much to the Pharisees. They were going to stone him for claiming he was God. And he looked back at them and said, "Oh, does that surprise you? Haven't you read in your own scripture that you are all gods?" And left it at that. In other words, he's no more God than you are. The only difference between him and you is he's a great deal more aware of what that means.
Yeah, don't you know that you are all gods? Would that relate when we talk of the saints and they're being close to Jesus and his mother Mary, and to God the Father and God the Holy Spirit, are they not close to being divinized as was promised to us all? If we can break away from the grip that the natural world has on us and become spiritual, and direct our lives towards our spirituality?
Well, that is precisely the idea. And the thing is, I like to express it a little differently. The way you can understand it best is to use the Buddhist word for it, which is illumination.
Mm-hmm.
Illumination means exactly what you just said. It's the realization of your spiritual nature and its power. And to realize that and act in accordance with it, as Jesus says, is the will of God.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Moore. Good morning.
Good morning, Art, and may I say what a bona fide pleasure and privilege is to finally talk to you on the air.
Thank you.
I have two observations, and I'll try to make them as quick as possible.
All right. Where are you, by the way?
I'm in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, catching you on WTMJ AM.
Okay.
Okay. The first one is a small observation. I wonder if this potential impact may have anything to do with the fact that, according to your show, the Hubble telescope is shut down for 2 years?
That's what they're saying. They're going to shut down the Hubble for 2 years of maintenance. I thought, though, the more interesting consideration was the hurried, red tape slashing observatory that the Vatican got up on Mount Graham in Arizona.
Now, the second and possibly more intriguing observation I have is, say, we do have a mass extinction event in June, or as Nostradamus said, in July. Where does that leave the Antichrist? I mean, it would seem to me that world destruction, that would leave the Antichrist with his finger in an uncomfortable place. He's been promised world domination, the years of control and everything, and suddenly they're not following the demonic script. Do you understand what I mean?
Yes.
I mean, it's like he's supposed to have control. If this wipes everything out, well, that throws out the other potential cataclysm we're supposed to have, only this would be a cataclysm of world domination and everything. The two don't seem to jibe.
Well, here we have the problem of scriptural predictions, which is a very serious problem because it raises the entire question of just who was this fellow talking to. Now, that is the people who had the revelation. Now, there's a very important thing behind that, and I think I need to address that with you. This is called dream vision, all right?
Mm-hmm.
Dream vision, now here's a statement for you. Dream vision is the normative mode by which human beings experience communication with their Creator.
Right.
Okay? That's point number one. Point number two is that the entire Judeo-Christian scripture, the Bible, is a record of dream visions from beginning to end. Everything in it is the product or involved with or related to dream vision. And read the whole thing with that in mind, and you will come up with an astonishing equation.
So you would regard the Antichrist as sort of like the boogeyman of our dreams?
That's right.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, that certainly answers my question.
It sure does. All right. Thank you. Thank you very much. And east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Charles Moore. Good morning.
Yes, good morning, Art.
Where are you?
In Wilmington, Delaware, listening on WDEL.
Okay.
On dial 1150.
Yes, sir.
Art, I just want to say it's good to have you back on the air, and thank you for getting the truth out there.
Believe me, it's good to be here.
The show was very fascinating.
Thank you.
Father, I'm a former Catholic who embraced Islam, and I'm also an amateur astronomer. Can you tell me, Father, I agree with you on Paul. I actually believe that Paul was an enemy of Christ, Paul being a Greek, and I believe that he is the one who deified Christ.
That's right.
To the point where they made him the Son of God.
That's right.
I believe that Jesus was a mighty prophet and messenger of God, or a shaman, as you say.
Yes.
Father, how, or can you you give me an opinion or your opinion? How would Prophet Muhammad, who lived 600 years after Jesus Christ, how would Prophet Muhammad and the scripture that was revealed to him, the Holy Quran, how would this come into play in the spiritual sense, and can we reach that spiritual achievement through the Islamic faith? And I'll just hang up and listen to your reply. Thanks, Art.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Go ahead, Father.
Well, first of all, thank you very much for asking that question. I really like that question. That's one of my favorite things. I call it not Christianity, but Judeo-Islamo-Christianity, okay? I have a thing was given to me here, a sort of a staff, and on it was a little note. It said, to Father Charlie, the first patriarch of Judeo-Islamo-Christianity. Well, I'll include Buddhism and all the rest of them for that matter, but let's take it with that tradition, because that is a definite tradition altogether. The Quran is a beautiful book. The Quran is a highly spiritual book, and that I will say, and that Islam is at least as valid in every respect as a pathway to revelation as any other religion, including Christianity. In fact, I believe that Islam is closer to the original teachings of Jesus than the Catholic Church is.
Father, I should ask you now, while I have a moment, all the guests I have on, as I approach this hour, I try to ask them whether they're growing tired and wish to go to bed, or I have one more hour of radio program, and you're welcome to it if you wish it.
I am?
Oh, you are, yes.
Oh, well, I'd be happy to.
All right. In that case, let's try and squeeze one more in. West of the Rockies, you're on air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hi. Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening.
This is Brian from Phoenix. The first thing I'd like to do is to tell you, Art, and all your listeners, that movie, Somewhere in Time.
Oh, yes.
Make sure you rent it and buy the soundtrack. Whew.
Good for you.
Great movie.
When did you see it?
You know, real funny, I was like 13 or 14, and my mother took me to go see the movie, and I thought, oh, this is going to suck. This is going to be a stupid movie. And by the end of the movie, I'm telling you,
yes,
I was moved to tears. It's not a girly movie. It's not a guy movie. It's an everybody movie, like you were saying.
That's right.
I mean, if you have any kind of heart, you need to see that movie.
That's exactly what I told my audience. I said it's not a chick's flick. You should have seen some of the angry things I got from...
Oh, I can't believe that.
Yeah, well,
Christopher
anyway.
Reeves, Jane Seymour,
That's
an
right.
outstanding movie.
That's right. Listen, we don't have a lot of time, so if you have a question...
Okay, well, my question is, Father, can you find religion in what you do for a living? I mean, you know, like what you do for a living... It's the reason why I'm asking this is because I kind of have a unique job, and what I do is, well, sometimes I think it's kind of bad.
What do you do?
Well, you guys are going to laugh, and of course, your listeners are going to laugh, but I'm a disc jockey at a topless club. Oh, there, I said it. You know, and I have fun. It's great. It's a wonderful atmosphere, and everybody makes money.
And somewhat of a religious experience for you, eh?
Well, not just a religious experience. I'm just wondering, you know, well, maybe is it bad? Is it good? I don't know. Maybe
I'm dying to make a comment here, but not while the good father is around. So, listen, you want to hold on? We'll pick up on this. We'll hold you over. Bye. This is Coast to Coast AM. Okay, here we go. And I wouldn't, Father, are you there?
Yes, I am here.
Good, all right. Well, we've got one final hour to go, and I wouldn't resist for all the tea in China bringing back our friend, a DJ at a topless place, looking for religion at work.
That's a real good idea.
Oh,
and that's not a bad place to look for it. Now, let me say.
Am I there?
Are you there?
You're
yeah,
there.
I'm here. Oh, God. Well, first, can I say one thing?
Yes, sure.
No, I don't know if I'm like trying to justify myself here, but I have been doing it now for I'd say probably approximately like 4 years. The money is really good. Actually, what I'm really trying to do is be an internship at KFYI here in Arizona. I go down there and I bug them at least twice a month, and of course I can't get in, but I'm trying.
Well, just keep pounding on the door. That's the way it works.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing and stuff. But
Art knows something
I
about
guess
that sort of business.
all I can say is, what do you think, Father? Art, Father?
Well,
what do you think?
Father, I'm going to let you comment because 1,000 lines have come to mind that I have appropriately squashed already.
And right now I'm chain smoking, thinking of your comment, Art.
Okay.
I'm dying.
Well, you give me the opportunity. I want to talk about the word religion.
Okay.
Now, religion has become a bad word in our society, and you say you should be spiritual instead. But the thing is, it's because people don't know what the word religion means, and because it's become associated with the idea of having an argument. Now, the thing is, the word religion is very good. It comes from a Latin verb, ligo, ligare, ligavi, ligatus, which means to bind, B-I-N-D, bind. It's about bonding. And as I say to people when they get married, the purpose of marriage is to teach you the difference between bonding and bondage. Okay? And bonding is wonderful, bondage is terrible. They both sound alike, but they're very different. And that's true of religion too. Now, the thing is, what is this bonding? And the bonding that religion is about is the bonding between spirits, yours and the spirit of your beloved, whoever the beloved happens to be.
Mm-hmm.
And therefore, what this means is that primarily, unless you have a spiritual view of life, religion is very difficult for you because physical bonding is clumsy, whereas spiritual bonding is very refined and powerful.
Mm-hmm.
And the purpose of our lives and what we call love. What is love? Love is the bonding of the spirit. That's what it is. Love is the ecstasy of bonding, in fact. Now, that bonding can be from physical sources only is certainly true in a certain way, but it's a piker compared to the other one. So that what we really live for is spiritual bonding, because from that we get the meaning of life. Now, wherever you are, and with whomever you are, you should be practicing your spiritual bonding, distracted by physical beauty or not. Now let me put it another way. There is another comparison between love and ecstasy. And not between love and ecstasy, between love and lust.
Mm-hmm.
And here's what I've learned, I think, about this. Love, well, it's motivated by compassion. Lust, well, it's motivated by envy. And there's a meditation for you. And if you look at yourself and find that you're being motivated by envy, I would say that you probably better do something else. But if you can find a way to be motivated by compassion, wherever you are and in whatever circumstances, I would say you're doing the right thing. Go for it.
All right. Well, that's his answer. First time caller line, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hello. Good morning, Art.
Yes, good morning. Where are you?
This is Robert calling from Key West, Florida.
Key West, way down there.
Yeah, I picked up your show for the first time during the blackout down here during Hurricane George.
Oh, yes.
And I've been with you ever since. It's a wonderful program. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
My question for Father Moore is he familiar with the case of Father Mario Mazzolini, the Roman Catholic priest from Italy, who traveled to India over a period of, I'd say, 12 or 14 years and had an experience of Christ in the person of Sri Satya Sai Baba from the small village in South India known as Puttaparthi.
Which kicked him out for it.
Who was, excommunicated. And
well, I've seen Sai Baba twice, so.
Would you have, I've just listening to your response to the listener previously about lust is envy, it seemed to me to be a rather interesting position that the church would excommunicate a man for spreading what he believed to be just a compassionate experience with a wider audience through his books, and I understand he has a radio program in Italy, although I haven't heard it. Would you have any further comment on that?
Well, I am not very pleased with the church in the matter of excommunication, and I am certainly not pleased with the church in the matter of the Inquisition. And excommunication is a tool of the Inquisition, and the Inquisition is giving God a bad reputation. And so consequently, whenever the church resorts to these means, I feel that it's operating outside its constitution.
Might a person inquire, Father, how you have avoided to this date excommunication?
It just never comes up.
This is a large national radio program.
Yes.
It may come up now.
It may.
How would you react to it?
I would tell them that the fact is, as you know perfectly well from the theology I learned in the seminary as a lawyer, you can throw me out, but I won't quit.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Father Charles L. Moore. Hi.
Good evening, guys. Father, last night I happened to get through, and I was talking about my opinion of religion and why I didn't attend church. I'm sure there's a church out there where I could feel comfortable, but my basic point was that the churchianity state tries to dictate the terms in how you should structure your religious beliefs.
Yeah.
And that's why I left. And I was going with the philosophy on what's in my heart. And an hour ago you said, like the Indians say, always stick to your religion that you came in the womb out of. Now, Joseph Campbell, have you ever seen any of his tapes?
Oh, yes. I've taught courses on him.
Right. He basically sums it all up as, from the New Guinean ritual to Star Wars to a Woody Allen monologue, Greek mythology, we're all one in the sense of duality.
Right.
Now, that sustains my philosophy and how I believed before I even heard of his tapes, and then you're saying basically the same thing.
Yeah.
So, though we have most societies saying, well, this is the new age thing, and this is the hidden stuff you should stay away from, and this is how they try to suck you in, blah, blah, blah. Why does the churchianity state seem so defensive and ridiculing? I mean, what's your opinion on that?
Well, my opinion is on that the church has been corrupted by imperialism.
Okay.
The church is the product of the Holy Roman Empire, whose purpose was to exploit the world. And interpreting Jesus as a teacher of exploitation is an oxymoron. Jesus is a bringer of freedom, not of slavery. He's not about exploitation, but about compassion.
Mm-hmm.
And as I restate the last, the middle four commandments, God speaks, as it were, and says, if you want to put it in commandment terms, which I don't like either, but nonetheless, as for thy neighbor, thou shalt have compassion with him, and thou shalt not exploit him. And that's what the Ten Commandments really say.
Wow, very interesting.
Okay? And so therefore, whenever a religion becomes a means of exploitation, it's an oxymoron. And it scandalizes everybody that touches it.
That makes a lot of sense, and that just sustains what I believe the whole time. Now, one last thing. This extraterrestrial thing that we're seeing nowadays more than ever.
Yes.
This may sound shocking to the church, or maybe they're trying to get it out. You can't just come on the air and shock the nation. You got to slowly bleed this stuff out. Correct?
Well, that's the general view, yeah.
But how long do you think, in your opinion, will the public really know the truth of extraterrestrial biological entities and their existence and or their direct influence in the political world?
Well, let me answer that. In this book that I mentioned, Heaven and Earth, by Zachariah Sitchin, the article that I write talks directly about that in terms of the movie Encounters of the Third Kind. Encounters of the Third Kind was based upon the French Department of UFOs. Now, most Americans don't know that they have a cabinet-level department in France devoted to UFOs. And I read an article in L'Express in the French many years ago in which the head of the department had published an article about the results of getting together in that department in France millions of sightings all over the world. I guess they're still doing it. And then coming up with, by computer matching, with some kind of commonality between these sightings. And he said, after all of that, we have two opinions, or a combination of them, which are the only possibilities logically that we find can remain. Either we are being visited by people from another system whose concern for our welfare passes our understanding, or else there is an outbreak of what Carl Jung called the human unconscious, unparalleled in the history of the race. In either case, or in a combination of them, it is the most significant event of the 20th century.
Boy, I sure agree with that.
How about that?
I've got a rather interesting fax here from somebody named Ray. Art, I can vouch for the fact that Father Moore is indeed a Catholic priest, but I'll bet he never told you he was the district attorney in Santa Cruz, California in the early 50s.
I did say that.
That's true?
That's true. I was the elected district attorney of Santa Cruz County, California, at the age of 26.
You have led some life, haven't you? East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Charles Moore. Hi.
Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
This is Mark. I'm listening to WRBZ in Raleigh, North Carolina.
Yes, sir.
And I've been a bit of a spiritual warrior for my entire life, ever since early childhood, through the power of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. You know, I've tried to be a thorn in Satan's side, so to speak. And I'd kind of like to throw another wrench in his plans tonight, that I've understood from inside sources that in June of 1999, there's possibly going to be a great social upheaval instigated by true Satanists.
When you say you've heard this from inside sources, what do you mean?
Well, a friend of mine who's knows certain people have said that actually, like Patsy on the radio that was you spoke to earlier, had an interview with one time, said that the true Satanists are in hiding at this point because they're planning getting guns together and getting food supplies, and they're basically going to try to attempt a final sort of battle, I guess, against goodness and righteousness. And my friend is actually he believes in Jesus, as the Christ. However, he still studies Wiccan, and he has, I guess, certain knowledge of people that have actually hidden out and are planning really to try to cause great chaos coming up in June. I was wondering if the good doctor had heard anything about that, or maybe just a word of warning to everybody to be a little bit prepared.
Well, thank
in case
you.
something like that does happen.
You're in South Carolina?
North Carolina.
North Carolina. Well, if you take a look at Malachi Martin's book on Windswept House,
right,
you will find that he has some very interesting material in there for you.
Okay.
And the material is plays in fictional form, but when he was asked on Art Bell Show, I understand, whether it was fictional, he said no, it's not.
He wrote it as fiction intentionally because to write it any other way probably would have resulted in some sort of very serious danger for him, and he as much as said that.
Well, that's what I thought.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the thing is that the key place, the big scandal event that occurred was in South Carolina, right? Remember that?
Yes.
And that there was a hookup somehow between the Vatican, and not the Vatican authorities, but a Vatican chapel and a South Carolina chapel, and that in South Carolina, and I will not name the cardinal, but a Catholic cardinal presided at a ceremony in which the Catholic Church was dedicated to the devil.
It's true. It's certainly true that Father Martin Wrote
says
that. Mm-hmm.
And he's a Vatican exorcist and comes from the inside circles of the Vatican.
He does.
And he proclaims this event as the very center of his book, Windswept House. Now, I am shocked, of course, to read that by him, but I would be not the last person in the world to deny it might be possible. The thing is, this raises the question of the satanic influence, which comes up all the time. And first of all, I would tell you that I'll repeat what I said earlier. The thing is that Satan, or Beelzebub, or Hazazel, or by whatever name you wish to call this being, is clearly a Sumerian god, having the powers of suggestion and the powers of telepathic communication, which can cause great havoc. And that this personage is given in the book of Enoch credit for the reason why the gods did not rescue human beings, because he had messed us up so badly. And the idea is, of course, that this Azazel survived the flood and is still giving us problems. And if we want to deal with the fact that the gods may still be with us, I asked Zechariah that. When are the gods coming back, Zechariah? And he said, what makes you think they ever left? And the good news is that the gods are just like us. And the bad news is the gods are just like us. And if we can be angelic, we can be diabolical. And if the gods can be angelic, they can be diabolical. And believe me, they are. And so consequently, the likelihood of such an event is extremely high. The interesting thing here is that the date, July 6th, right?
Yes.
July 6th is the date that Nostradamus gives for the bolide. June 30th is the one that Graham Hancock gives, and Fatima.
Mm-hmm.
But the date of the bolide is given by him as July 6th. And I suspect that all of this has something to do with that prediction by Nostradamus. In other words, that such an outbreak is likely at that time because of the fact that that is the day of a predicted catastrophe, which would make the whole thing irrelevant otherwise.
Indeed. Father, hold on. Let me get a couple of things on the air here at a break point. One is that I can well understand that many of you will want to have a copy of this program, and I'm already getting many questions about that. So, if you want a copy, this program or any other with a guest that I do on Coast or Dreamland is available by calling 1-800-917-4278. You can call that number 24 hours a day, including right now. In the case of this program, you would want to ask about the 4-hour interview with Father Charles L. Moore, or whatever other guest I've had that you would like to get a copy of the show of. Once again, that number is 1-800-917-4278. 1-800-917-4278. We will be right back. All right. With that, we go into the final segment with Father Moore. You've held up very well, Father, indeed.
Well, takes one to know one, right?
Yeah, I guess so. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Moore. Good morning.
Hi, Art.
Hi there.
Good morning. This is Wayne. I'm calling you from Vancouver, BC, 1410 Seafun. It's where I listen to you.
But of course.
And I understand you're coming up here. You mentioned that last night.
I am going to do a segment of Millennium, in which I'm going to get to play myself, which I think is going to be fun. And they do their taping there in your fair city, and it is a fair city. God, it's a beautiful city.
Thank you. Well, if I can be of any service to you when you're here, be glad to help out. So, in picking up at the airport, whatever.
Okay, I appreciate the offer. Thank you.
And happy Thanksgiving to all Americans down there.
Thank you.
Art, I've been listening to you for about a year, and this program is number one tonight. Father Moore, it's a real pleasure to speak with you.
Thank you.
You have elucidated and made so much sense of the whole religious, spiritual, etc., philosophy. I love what you're saying. Something that you said is that, if we don't have personal experiences, a lot of this stuff just goes right over our heads.
Right.
And when I'm 50 years old, when I was 11, I had a dream or a vision or whatever that I have always remembered. It was just incredibly outstanding. I was sort of above the planet or above the land, the country, and the entire land was on fire. And I believe that I love your philosophy of there is such hope and faith and positiveness in what you're saying. And I think when we are open to receive and when we are connected, that we are warned, we are given signs, and if we're open and ready to allow that to come in and follow our intuition or whatever our higher self is telling us, that then we will be guided.
Right.
And just everything you've said tonight. I don't go to church on any kind of a regular basis. I've tried a few times, and it's just never kind of been the right thing for me. But I will tell you, Father Moore, I would sure go to your church.
I'd be glad to have you.
You still conduct services, Father, from your home on Sundays?
Yes, I do. 10 o'clock every morning, Pacific Grove, my house, 1246 Buena Vista.
Oh, what was that address again?
1246 Buena Vista, Pacific Grove.
All right.
93950.
All right. Very good. First time caller line, you're on there with Father Moore. Hi.
Hi, I'm calling from Pasadena.
Pasadena. Yes, sir.
Art, was the New Times article you're referring to, is that the paper here in L.A. by any chance?
No, it's Phoenix.
Okay. The website is really great, by the way. I love to
Thank you.
to check out your website. It's great to listen to Father Moore tonight, and I wanted to just relate that I was able to spend some time a few years back with a Hopi elder named White Bear. If you're familiar with a seminal book called The Book of the Hopi, then you might know a little something about White Bear. I don't know that he's a shaman, however, but he told me a lot of things about the Hopi prophecies, and I believe he was speaking in terms of feeling that we were in the last 10 minutes of what I think they called the fourth world or the fifth world.
Yeah.
And
yes, absolutely. If you read or listen to Hopi prophecy and you listen to what Father Morris said tonight, there are parallels all the way down the line.
Yeah, and White Bear was speaking at the Philosophical Research Society here in Los Angeles one day, and I got to ask him a question, and I asked him, did he think that negative extraterrestrials were controlling the U.S. government? And most of the people laughed when I asked that question.
Mm-hmm.
But they got quiet when he said, he kind of laughed and he said, I remember his words exactly, he said, well, of course they are. Why do you think we're in the trouble we're in right now? I don't know if he was speaking of extraterrestrials in a third dimensional sense, or whether maybe he was referring to, multidimensional entities that he believes would possibly be influencing certain decisions of our leaders. But I wanted to kind of throw that over to Father Moore and see what he had to say about that.
All right, Father?
Well, that is on the question of subversion. And Zechariah helps us out a lot with that. The idea, and I've brought this up before, that when human beings went through those genetic experiments in East Africa 300,000 years ago and were produced to be workers, they were also produced to be slaves. And that the control factor in the gods is keeping us in a slavery mode. And that the messiahs, when they come, always come to liberate us from that mode. Now, the other part of that story is that whenever a Messiah comes, a system of freedom obtaining is set up by the Messiah. This is how to be free. Do thus, this, and the other thing. But what happens is that the other guys, the slave masters, always come in and take over the system. And therefore, every Messiah system that's ever been set up has been converted eventually into a mode of slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And if that is not still going on, I'd be surprised. And I think that's what we're talking about here.
So do I. Wild Card Line, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hi.
Hello, Father Moore?
Yes.
Yes, I'm glad I'm not in the confessional right now. I'm on the air. That's good. My name is Mario.
Yes.
From the San Francisco Marina.
Ah, Mario, yes. Okay.
And I got in with Art Bell the other night. He heard me talking. And I told him about my lockups. I've been locked up 10 times in psychiatric wards.
Oh, yes, I recall.
And the reason being is that I would hear voices. Now, the first voice I got in contact with, Art, was Nikola Tesla.
Oh, boy.
And what happened then was he kept going with me, and as if I were a robot, like a robot. I tell all the psychiatrists, I'm Nikola Tesla. I'm writing, and I wrote all kinds of stuff from Tesla. All the stuff is written out. So what I'm saying to you, Father, is now, I am truly one in being with the Spirit of God, the Holy Spirit of Christ.
Yes?
And my being and my essence is that I am the point of node, which is the reference point of Tilliard.
Well, look, I'm not sure what all this is, but, sir,
okay,
listen to me
can
for a
I
second.
ask Father a question?
Yes, listen to me.
Okay.
If you really want to know whether you're channeling Nikola Tesla...
No, I'm
or
not channeling him now.
...are Nikola Tesla, then take your works not to a psychiatrist, but to a scientist. Do you have a question?
Okay, yes, I have a question for Father. Father, I am God who is the point of the Omega.
That didn't sound like a question to me.
That's a question for him. Father, do you believe that I am Mario, God, the point of the Omega?
Father...
I can only be agnostic on the point. Okay?
Yeah, good for you. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Father Moore. Hello.
Good evening, Father. My name is Matt, and I'm from Madison, Wisconsin, listening on broadcast.com.
Yes, sir.
My question for you tonight is twofold. You said you still say the Mass, and I would like to know if you still say the traditional Tridentine Mass, which is the pre-1962 version, and I was also wondering if you follow the teachings of Father Nicholas Gruner.
To the second part, no. To the first part, I guess that's kind of difficult to answer exactly. I have what I do is I use many of the formulas of the Tridentine Mass, sometimes in Latin. But the communion service, it's what I call the communion service, and I don't call it the Mass, but the Eucharist. I have a very definite reason for that. But the essential notion of the consecration of the body and blood of Christ is at the very center of what I do.
Okay, because that's always been a very center point of what I believe in, and it seems today that the traditional Mass, and I used to attend Father Alfred Kunz's Masses in Dane, Wisconsin. He was recently murdered in the last 6 months, and it has not been solved yet. And he was very strong on the theology and the belief in the traditional Catholic Mass, and that today's Mass is very corrupting and is actually not what Christ had endeared for us to believe in. And that's why I wanted to know what Father believed in as far as which version of the Mass he said.
Well, let me put it to you this way. What I do, I said, is to go to the root of the matter, to find out exactly what's happening in the consecration of the Mass, and what exactly do we mean by the body and blood of Christ. Now, this is very difficult, because the concept of the Mass that we generally get in catechism is very Pauline and very affected by what I call idolatrous notions. Now, the point is that we go back to the idea that everything is made of spirit, and that somehow what we're doing here in communion, most people think communion is with Christ, and of course it is. But the communion we're after is with the Father. It is the communion with God, the Creator, which we are really after. And this is what Christ facilitates for us by the consecration of the Mass, okay?
Okay.
Jesus is there, but Jesus is there to help you communicate between your spirit and the spirit of your Creator. And that's the celebration of the Mass that I use.
Okay, and that's very close to what I was taught. And I was taught, at Father Clinton's school.
Yes.
And he was very strict, and what he taught is that every person is made in the image and the likeness of God.
Yes.
And based on how we live our lives, we are a reflection of God.
Yes.
And we should be able to see God in each one of ourselves based on how we live our lives and how we treat one another.
That's right. In other words, what I say is this. Each of us has an obligation to so experience the Creator that we cause a good reputation for the Creator to occur in all we contact.
All right. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Art. Hi, Father Moore.
Hello.
I've attended 2 lectures recently with a friend of mine in the last 2 months. One was with Michael Cremo, and the other one was just last week with Zachariah Sitchin.
Ah, yes.
I'm impressed with both of their works. Zachariah is more of a historian. Michael Cremo is more of a, I guess, consolidator of scientific works.
Yeah.
But there's some. Are you aware of Michael Cremo in forbidden archaeology?
His name has not come to me before this time.
Oh, I'm on a phone. I can't hear very well. Try that again, if you would.
No, I don't. I don't know of him until you mentioned him.
Oh, shoot. Okay, well then it's almost futile for me to call. But I do have one other question. What would be one of the previous callers mentioned that, and you made a comment that you think there's a possibility that this slavery sort of mentality is still going on, and if that is the case, what is the bottom line here? Why would this be continued? Is there some sort of a commerce that's going on that we don't understand, or what would the reason be?
Well, the answer to that is the reason why the gods made us. Now, you see, the gods didn't make us, but the gods bred us up. They interfered in the process. And the trouble was that the natural, according to this situation, is that the native population of the earth was simply involved with freedom, and they made bad slaves. They weren't obedient. And in order to make them obedient, the story goes, the gods had to breed them up with themselves in order to produce an obedient race they could use. The idea of that, of course, is that the whole history of human race, as we know it, is a quest for that freedom which we lost by this interference that was done to us. Now, this covers a great many things, but this freedom that we seek in our hearts, this is what this is what our religions are supposed to do, is give us help in doing that, and therefore the issue of freedom and slavery is a universal problem for the entire race, and that we have not solved it.
Well, I feel that we all feel this on a certain level. I am so frustrated, especially in modern times, with our not only knowledge of science and psychology and so many different areas of academia, why we cannot just more or less recognize the truth that we have this wonderful potential, and why don't we just
get on with
overhaul the system and get on with it, because we could have an oasis, this wonderful world on this beautiful jewel we live on.
Well, absolutely right.
Continually get bogged down in garbage.
Well, you're absolutely right. That is exactly the problem, and the mystery of life is what St. Augustine said it was. The mystery of evil is that we don't get on about our business.
Father, we're coming to the end of it here, the end of the time that I have available, period. It has been absolutely fascinating. I don't know how you have remained hidden to me until now, but I'm certainly glad that Zachariah Sitchin recommended I have you on. It has been worth every second of it. Would you give your email address one last time, please?
Yes, Moordune, Moordune, Moordune at AOL.com.
Okay. Have you written a book?
No.
Are you going to?
Well, all kinds of people are on me to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And I probably will, but hasn't happened yet.
So no book to plug.
No book to plug.
Anything else you'd like to plug? I mean, I owe you a lot for these 4 hours.
Well, I think it's the other way around, Art. I really do.
Well, it certainly has been a pleasure having you on the air. And I hope you have a restful sleep. Are you normally a stay-up-late kind of person?
No, I'm not. But I find no trouble staying awake for you.
All right, my friend. We'll do it again then sometime.
All right.
Take care, Father.
Thank you. Blessings. Bye.
Take care. Well. That, folks, was Father Charles L. Moore. And as I said to him, I don't know how he has stayed hidden from me all this time. Wasn't that remarkable? Just remarkable. To get a copy of this program, the number is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. And again, my book deal, The Art of Talk, The Quickening, autographed copies of both are available for just a little while longer at 1-800-864-7991. See, I do have books to plug. 1-800-864-7991. Tomorrow night, Ghost Stories. Be here.
Welcome to Dreamland, a program dedicated to an examination of areas in the human experience not easily nor neatly put in a box. Things seen at the edge of vision, awakening a part of the mind as yet not mapped, and yet things every bit as real as the air we breathe but don't see. This is Dreamland. It is indeed. Good evening, everybody. I'm Art Bell. This evening, as usual, Linda Moulton-Howe from Philadelphia with her report, followed by Stephen Jacobson and a program on mind control. It's going to be very interesting, particularly in view of all the recent seemingly nonsensical shootings by youngsters, because that's what the program's going to be about. You're going to want to stay tuned for that. Some sad news, sorry to say. Colonel Philip Corso, the day after Roswell, Colonel Philip Corso has suffered a massive heart attack. It occurred Tuesday, June 9th. Originally, they thought he suffered about 90% heart damage. However, after about 5 days, he now rests in a simply serious condition, somewhat stable. And I talked to his family earlier today. They confirmed the fact that he did have a heart attack, is now in the hospital, and if we all pray, may be out in 5 days if all goes well. So I thought you should know that. WBPA-AM in Elkhorn City, Kentucky. Hello there in Kentucky, and welcome to the program. WPKE in Pikeville, Kentucky as well. G2 in Kentucky. Welcome to Dreamland. Glad to have you along. So that's the lineup for tonight. Shortly we begin. All right, now from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, investigator into crop circles, animal mutilations, producer of environmental films that have won awards, a general science reporter for us from Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. Here is Linda Moulton-Howe. Linda, hi.
Hi, Art. I'm very sorry to hear about Colonel Corso, and may we all pray that he does recover. On Monday this past week, June 8th, people on the island of Madagascar in the Indian Ocean reported a flying column of grasshoppers at least 7 miles long. Wow. Yeah, it was the largest swarm of these flying insects there in more than 50 years. The government is trying to help farmers protect rice and other crops. Another record breaker is the global climate. Recently, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration told the Clinton administration at a White House meeting that not only was 1997 the warmest year on record, but that global temperatures in the first 5 months of 1998 have been unprecedented. NOAA Administrator James Baker told Vice President Al Gore and other scientists and reporters that global warming could be making the impact of El Niños more severe and could explain why the past 6 months have set temperature records worldwide. Baker said, quote, "This wetter and warmer winter that we've just experienced gives us a glimpse of what we can expect in a greenhouse gas globally warmed world, unquote. And now there is a cooling trend in the Pacific known as La Nina, the opposite of El Nino, which could also mean increases in rainfall on the West Coast in coming months. Another environmental contaminant, toxic chemicals such as PCBs, have been measured in high quantities in the fatty tissue of seals in the Barents Sea above Norway, and in even higher concentrations in the polar bears who eat those seals. And this month, the Times of London newspaper reported that scientists at the Norwegian Polar Institute have found polar bear cubs with both male and female sex organs that might be linked to increased toxic chemical waste in the Arctic waters. Russia, for example, has reportedly continued to produce PCBs for its electrical transformer manufacturing and those industrial waste runoffs into the sea waters. Friday, I talked with Dr. Andrew DeRocher, a Canadian zoologist studying the Arctic polar bears, who found what he calls, quote, pseudo-hermaphroditic cubs. He uses pseudo because technically a hermaphroditic condition means that both male and female genitalia are fully functioning. But in the female cubs so far, the male genitalia are not. Dr. DeRocher.
Well, basically what we have is we have normal or fairly normal female genitalia, and what we have is an expression of a male genitalia right in front of the female genitalia. So we have a female vagina with a very small penis in front of them, basically.
Mm-hmm.
And so what these findings were basically found during the course of a long-term population monitoring and ecology study.
Which started what year?
Well, it goes back, it has a long history of the Polar Institute, polar bear research starting in about 1970. But my involvement with it has been for the last 3 years now here in Norway.
And when were the first hermaphroditic polar bears discovered?
That was in 1996, and we were alerted to that when we were doing some standard capture work, and we caught sibling yearlings, 1-year-old cubs that were still with their mother. And we do a standard check of the sex on the cubs, and we rolled them over, and it was quite clear that there was something wrong with the first one, and I rolled over the second one, and it was quite clear that it was exactly the same as the sibling.
Meaning that it had this small penis as well as the vaginal opening.
That's correct, yes.
And when you say it was clear that something was wrong, what did you mean?
Well, I've been working on polar bears for almost 14, 15 years now, and I had not ever seen anything like this before. Mm-hmm. I can recall one instance in the Canadian Arctic seeing something a little bit abnormal, but certainly when I was quite alerted to it when I realized that it was two siblings that had exactly the same sort of abnormality.
Mm-hmm.
And so that's when we started to think a bit more closely about following or checking the females that we captured a little bit more closely for abnormalities. And I guess now we have 7 females that we've captured in the last 3 years that have shown some sort of abnormality.
How and why could this be happening?
Well, the big difficulty we've got is that we're not really sure why we're seeing these sorts of abnormalities. We have 2 sort of hypotheses. One is that this is fairly natural occurrence in mammals in general, and these type of disorders are found in humans, in laboratory animals, and domestic animals.
What are the conditions in which this can arise in nature in other situations?
Well, there's an effect called a Free-Martin effect, and this would be the sort of situation where you may have a litter of puppies, let's say, and maybe you have 5 male puppies and 1 female puppy, and when they're inside the mother, what you can get is some basically hormone flow from the male puppies into the females, into the single female in this example. And what happens is then the female can start to show some masculine traits.
And that's an in-uterine condition.
That's correct, yes. And that's called a Free-Martin effect. Now, the other way that this can happen is that if you have perhaps a tumor in the mother, so we can have maybe an adrenal or an ovarian tumor. And what happens is you can get excessive androgen secretion, so too much of the male hormones coming across to a female that's in utero.
Do either of these hypotheses seem to apply, however, to these polar bears?
Well, I mean, it's hard to say. I mean, we don't know what we're looking at here. We don't have a lot of information yet on the bears. I mean, the third real hypothesis is that we could be looking at hormone disruption that's induced by toxic chemicals. And that one has some credence as well as the other two, because we're talking about the polar bears in the Barents Sea, Svalbard area, and these bears have higher levels of PCBs, these polychlorinated biphenyls. They're a toxic chemical. And these bears in the Svalbard area have higher levels than anywhere else in the Arctic. And we have some indication that these toxic chemicals are having effects on other elements of the bear's physiology. So it's quite possible that it could be affecting the hormones during the development of bears. So that is one of our concerns.
Yes, one of the quotes in the article is that researchers have been trying to determine if links exist between manufactured chemicals and sexual deformities and diseases in humans. Such a link could explain why the sperm counts of men in industrialized countries have fallen in the last 5 decades. Could you comment on that?
Well, I'm not an endocrinologist, and I'm not really an ecotoxicologist either. My specialty is population ecology. So I would prefer not to comment on things outside of my expertise, really.
Do you think that that's a viable hypothesis, however, that chemical and toxic pollution could be affecting not only polar bears but human males?
I believe it's a workable hypothesis. I think there's some very good data to indicate that toxic chemicals in general are influencing the sexual and functional development of humans in general. I think that evidence is getting quite clear. And certainly the link, if it's in wildlife, then it's certainly in humans. And certain populations of humans in the world right now are quite dependent on wild populations for food sources. And certainly those populations of humans are at quite high risk for interference from these sorts of pollutants.
Because they're eating the meat that is affected in the animals they're eating by all the PCBs and pollutants.
Exactly. Yes, exactly. And so, I mean, there is some great concerns, particularly in the Arctic, for some of the people that are quite heavily reliant on marine mammal populations.
And have you found the same kinds of sexual characteristic changes in other creatures in the sea besides the polar bears?
There's not a lot of information on wild populations relative to this type of effect, so it's a little bit hard to tell. Right now we're into a state where we're trying to collect information from other researchers around the pole, trying to find out what they're seeing relative to their polar bear populations that they're studying.
Well, the polar bear is quite a ways up the food chain, so that would suggest that the PCBs entering the polar bear are coming from what it's eating, correct?
Their major food sources are 3 different species of seals. They eat ring seals, bearded seals, and harp seals, or Greenland seals. Mm-hmm. So what happens is, yes, you're correct that the toxic chemicals are moving up through the food chain, and through a process of what we call biomagnification, the polar bears are certainly at the top of the peak of the hill, basically, and are collecting all these toxic chemicals. Now, the problem with a lot of these things like these PCBs, they are what we call lipophilic, meaning that they love fat or that they attach themselves to fat molecules. And what's particularly hard on polar bears is that when they catch a ring seal or a bearded seal, these animals can contain up to 30 to 50% of their body weight as fat, this thick blubber layer. And when a polar bear catches a seal, it usually eats just the fat off of the seal. So what happens is there's this really steep jump between ringed and bearded seals, which are feeding lower down in the food chain. All of a sudden you jump into polar bears, which are eating these highly polluted fat tissues.
Now, in terms of how this would work in the biology of the bear, they take in the PCBs and it's affecting their entire system. Why would it specifically affect the sexual physiognomy of the bear?
Well, we're not really clear on why these particular defects have been found. We're not drawing a link necessarily directly to toxic chemicals. It's just one hypothesis. But, I mean, sexual differentiation is a finely controlled hormonal issue. So by just changing hormonal concentration slightly, it's a very sensitive area of development. And similar changes have been seen in other species of fish, where you can change the sexual characteristics of sex by changing hormone concentration. So it's likely that we're seeing much more changes, and many more changes in the polar bears than just in sort of the external anatomy. We believe that we know there are physiological changes in the bears in response to these chemicals. We're seeing changes in circulating hormone levels. We're seeing changes in vitamin levels. And we also have some pretty strong indications of impaired immune function in some of the polar bears as well.
And what is the next step? You're going to keep linking now with other scientists, and what is your outline for the next several months?
Well, what we're doing now is actually our major research focus is not actually on these sort of anatomical traits relative to toxic chemicals, but we're entering into more directed studies on the immune system function in polar bears. And here what our particular concern is these sorts of abnormalities. It appears that the females can still reproduce and have young. So that doesn't seem to be a problem as we know it now. So, but what our concern is that perhaps these PCBs are affecting the immune system. So basically, if an animal's immune system is impaired, what can happen is a disease that they would maybe be exposed to normally, they all of a sudden become extremely vulnerable to. So it's a little bit like not being able to fight off the common cold all of a sudden. So these bears may be able to succumb to diseases that they'd normally be able to fight off. And so that's our more immediate concern, is how the immune system of these bears is functioning under this sort of in this type of environment of toxic chemicals.
If there was an immune problem and the polar bears did begin to die of diseases that otherwise they could have fought off with a healthy immune system, and the polar bear population became smaller and smaller, what else might happen as a consequence of the decline of polar bears?
Because it's at the top of the food chain, it's unlikely that we'd see any large extinction ripple through the food chain. It may be just that you just get an area that doesn't have polar bears anymore. And for myself, having worked in the Arctic for a long time, I can't really imagine that it would feel like the Arctic anymore without polar bears.
So, Art, everywhere we turn, the world is reminding us that we are changing it.
Linda, I have a story that I would like you to follow with the one that you just did in mind. Last week, circulating on the Internet, Matt Drudge, as a matter of fact, had a story on it. There was on a site that monitors nuclear detonations.
Right.
An 8.4 reported. Now, I don't know whether you heard about that or not.
I did, and I went to that site.
Okay, it probably is a false report, and the scientists who recorded it sent back information that said that they thought that it was a miscalibration error.
Yes.
But one more thing, Linda. There's a follow-up that is on the Internet today indicating that Europe, including France and a whole swath of Europe, experienced 1 or 2 days of intense radiation, about 1,000 times above normal.
All right, I will get into that more. I tried actually to access that site that was supposed to be the originator, and there was like a firewall up. You could not get through. And it was mysterious, and that's what I heard, too, that it was an error. But if there has been radiation reported, that does change this whole story for
Yes,
us.
it does. Anyway, Linda, how do people get hold of you?
Yeah, please fax me at area code 215-491-9842. That's 215-491-9842 about important environmental issues and stories in your area or unusual phenomena. And for listeners who have been asking me about the availability of my book, Glimpses of Other Realities, Volume 1, which has all the color photos and illustrations that goes with my new book, Volume 2, you can also fax that same number to get information. And the new book is out in bookstores everywhere, so I look forward to people's comments on either of those books as well.
All right, Linda. See you next week, and thanks a million.
Thank you.
Take care. From the high desert, this is Dreamland. It is Dreamland, and in a moment we're going to be talking about something that has a great interest for me. I've talked a lot about it. And tonight my guest is going to be Steve Jacobson. Steve Jacobson is going to be talking about mind control. And we're going to at least investigate the possibility that some of what's been going on with our children is perhaps intended to be going on. He'll be up next. All right, I want to say this one more time, and I'm sure I kind of caught Linda by surprise. But once again, floating around the Internet last week, or actually the week before, I believe. Well, last week it was there. Matt Drudge picked up on it, and it was everywhere, that a site that normally monitors nuclear testing recorded an 8.4, and I think it was in Siberia, somewhere in Russia. And about an 8.4, and that was, we had everybody checking on it. Jim Birkeland, everybody, and then I saw a message indicating the scientists who responded finally to some email on that website said, well, there was a calibration error. And so I dismissed it pretty much at that point. Earlier today, I read that radiation levels in France and some other countries across Europe had, during a 2-day period, risen about 1,000 times above normal. And then the light bulb went on, and I connected the two. And I'm not saying that anything has happened, but I am now beginning to be somewhat suspicious that some sort of test has been conducted or an accident has occurred. And all I ask is that you bear that in mind over the next several weeks, and don't be surprised if we suddenly hear about some accident. At any rate, Stephen Jacobson, a graduate of the Boston University School of Communications and creator of the audio series Mind Control in America, spent 13 years in the filmmaking business and witnessed firsthand the effects from the other side of the camera. Stephen was given access to private study conducted to determine the best way to program and deprogram the mind. And here he is. Stephen, welcome to the program.
Well, thank you. It's my pleasure to be with you.
Stephen, somebody the other day sent me a list of school killings over the past, I can't recall how long, a few years, and it was several pages long. And of course, including the most recent horrible occurrence in Oregon that I'm sure you're well aware of.
Yes.
And I just sat there staring at the list, and I have several times talked about this on the air on my other program. And I'm telling you, I'm extremely suspicious. I know something has changed with our young people. Now, crime for adults is down a bit. For young people, it's through the roof. This school shooting business has gone nuts. And so I'm not prepared to say what it is because I don't know. I just know that it's not the normal stuff that people talk about. It's not television in general. I mean, when I'm going to be 53 years old later this month, and I saw lots of people die on TV. Lots of them when I was young. As a matter of fact, if anything, it was cleaner dying than we get today. You shot them and they just fell down. You didn't see blood and guts. So I tend to think it's not normal TV. People say parenting, well, it's changed, but I don't think that's the reason. I have a feeling that you think you might know why.
Well, I think before the evening is out, that your listeners will have a clear indication of some of the factors that are involved in this epidemic of headlines about children killing children.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that what we are seeing is the symptom and result of a scientifically induced nervous breakdown as a nation, collectively. In other words, when we see incidents like this that are not natural, children killing children, even children killing themselves, this is not something that is supposed to happen. And there's a reason why it is happening, and there are some factors involved that center around the mind control issue. Now, you've mentioned briefly my background in communications. When I was working in film, I worked in a number of different capacities, but primarily as a film editor. And working as an editor, it was easy to see how simple it is to change the meaning of an event or change the meaning of what someone says through the simple process of editing, either by cutting out a statement or adding a reaction shot and thus silently comment on what is being said or what is being shown.
Well, Stephen, I've been interviewed by about every major network and media, every major newspaper in America. And so I can, and TV station, I can vouch for what you're saying. They can make an interview, believe me, into any damn thing they want it to be.
That is correct, and that's where the problem lies. We're both aware, and many of your listeners, I'm sure, are aware of how manipulative and plastic the medium is. And that gives us a hint at what one of the major problems is. We are living in a virtual reality. We're living in a reality that has been manufactured. We are the most manipulated and controlled society in history, primarily because of all the programming and conditioning that we all undergo through both the mass media and public education. Now, many of you are probably familiar with George Orwell's famous book, 1984, in which he warned that people were in danger of losing their freedom of mind without being aware of it while it was happening, because of psychological, emotional, and intellectual manipulation. In other words, mind control. Now, how I got involved in investigating this whole issue, I think, is a good place to start the discussion. I was working in media, and back in 1980, I was given the results of private research investigating hypnosis. And it was as a result of getting that material, studying it, that I saw the implications of the all-encompassing impact that media has on us, including myself. And I, even though I was working in media, I didn't fully appreciate it until I received this material. And that led to my eventually leaving New York City, where I was working at the time, and leaving the career that I was pursuing to investigate this whole issue of mind control and mental manipulation. I began first with an investigation of the use of hypnotic techniques in media, and then branched out into a wider investigation to understand the context in which it was being used. And that research, that investigation, led to the production of 2 audio cassettes, the first 2 in a series on the subject. The first one was titled Mind Control in America, which is a summary of the mind control issue. It defines the principles involved, how it works, and we'll get into that in a moment, how it works. It describes the different techniques that are used in the media and gives examples for the listener to hear so that the listener has a frame of reference from which to recognize these techniques when they observe them being used. Most people are not aware of the things that affect them subconsciously. Generally, people are not looking for those kinds of things unless those things are pointed out to them. They don't know what to look for. And that's why this particular audio cassette, to give people that information. And then it places the whole issue into historical perspective. The companion tape, also about mind control, deals with it from the aspect of money and economics, how the mind control issue impacts on money and economics. The idea is that psychological warfare and economic warfare work together, and they are both being waged against us, and we are feeling the pressure of it. And when we are seeing headlines of children killing children, these are simply the symptoms, the effects of a much wider problem, and that is one of psychological warfare that we have been under for a good number of years.
All right, Stephen, let's get specific. Are you suggesting, and we'll get to motivations and all of that later, but are you suggesting that there is an overall a coordinated effort to produce this result, and you said the result was scientifically induced a nervous breakdown?
That is exactly what I am suggesting, that these things do not happen by accident, that this is not happening by accident, that there is a design behind it all, and that it is meant to lead us to a particular, in a particular direction.
Okay, well, it begs a million questions.
Sure does.
First of all, what the hell are we talking about? Are we talking about subliminal messaging that's occurring?
Part of it. That's part of it.
Now, there's laws against that, you know.
No, they're not.
No, there's not?
No, they're not. I know that that strikes you perhaps as odd because you are under the assumption that there were laws protecting us from subliminal messages.
You're right. I'm under that impression.
A lot of people are, and you are only responding to the conditioning the way it has been applied to many people. Many people are supposed to think that there are laws against it. There aren't. In fact, the January issue of the magazine Civilization, which is the official publication of the Library of Congress.
Yes.
They have a story in there admitting that the use of subliminal messages is an everyday common phenomenon. It's been going on for a long time, and no one is bringing it to the attention of the public. Except now,
okay, let's go back.
We're doing it right now.
Let's do it. Let's go back in time a little bit. I remember when I was young, during those times when I was paying attention to what was going on the screen at a drive-in theater, which was only a very small portion of the time, actually, that occasionally one would get a craving for one of their mustard-smothered hot dogs, and that there was subliminal messaging going on back then,
right?
In order to get you to purchase a product.
That is correct. In fact, this whole story broke in the 1950s, around 1956, 57.
Yep.
And that the famous example is the projecting, flashing of ads in a movie theater. The messages were hungry, eat popcorn, and drink Coca-Cola.
Right.
And as a result, sales increased for both of those items.
Right. Oh, absolutely correct. But then it was my understanding there was a specific law passed against that, and you're telling me that's not true?
Not true. And in fact, at that same time, there was a big brouhaha over this whole issue. Congress got involved, different state legislatures, because people were upset, and rightly so, because their minds were being tampered with. Here was research being done and applied, and I refer to Vance Packard's famous book back then in 1957, The Hidden Persuaders, in which he revealed that American industry was researching the technology and of subliminal perception so that they could motivate people to buy their products. Well, the implications of that are very far-reaching, because the ultimate control over people is to control them without their conscious awareness.
Of course.
And here is subliminal technology being used and messages being used to do exactly that, and people got upset, and that's why there were laws, legislation considered by Congress, considered by several state legislatures, but as things died down, nothing happened.
All right, let me ask you, let me stop you again and ask you a specific question. Are there laws concerning the broadcast, and when I say broadcast, I mean public airwaves, the broadcast of subliminal messaging by or regulation by the Federal Communication Commission?
There's nothing.
Nothing?
There's nothing protecting
Nothing?
it. And even if there were, it would be well near impossible to police, because by its very nature, a subliminal message, we are not supposed to be able to consciously see or hear a subliminal message. And unless it's on film, you can physically examine a piece of film. But on videotape, you got a problem. You're going to have to go through it frame for frame, and it's going to be very time-consuming to try to locate all of the...
Well, you're really blowing my mind. I was absolutely certain about this law or at least regulation business, and you're saying there's nothing.
No, there's nothing.
Wow.
So, and like anything else, the public's attention is directed towards something else, and then something else becomes a priority. And in the case of a law protecting us from subliminal messages, it was replaced by some other concern at the time.
All right. What do we know, as a next question, about how effective subliminal messaging is?
Okay, let me ask you this. You ever buy something and later on wonder, why did you buy it? All right.
Well,
here's
but
another one. Many of your listeners may be able to relate to this.
But Stephen, I'm an impulsive buyer, so how would I know?
Well, gee, that's the conditioning. That's the programming, to be impulsive, but to be impulsive with a preference for a particular product or a particular idea.
Uh-huh.
Now, in the case of ideas, this carries over into other areas, not just products, selling products.
Well, Stephen, I have absolute preferences about the products I'd buy. There's no question about it, but I would like to think they're my own.
Well, yes, wouldn't we all? The very idea that our thoughts may not be our own is a very unsettling idea that most people would not even want to contemplate at all.
That's for doggone sure.
But by giving it some consideration, we can shed some light on some of the problems that we face today, and by looking at it dispassionately, we can gain information that we need to deal better with the world as we find it, and with situations that are going to arise as time goes on. But this idea of having a preference for a product, or even sometimes if you have ever said something or done something and then later on wondered, well, why did I say that? Why did I do that?
Oh, yes.
All these things are very likely the result of a conditioned response being built up in us. Now, the goal for any propagandist or any advertiser is to build into us, into our minds, a conditioned response that that is favorable to their particular message. How this is done, the first order of business is to create the circumstances that are going to induce a favorable state of mind for the message. Now, that state of mind is the hypnotic state of mind.
Well, how do you induce that?
Real easy.
In the course of either a commercial or a program.
Real easy. Using television as the example. Television, think about it. Whenever you have observed young children sitting in front of a TV set, or even older adults, they have this glassy-eyed, vacant look in their eyes.
Transfixed, yes.
Okay?
Uh-huh.
And that is because they are in a trance state. Television. It doesn't matter what you're watching. It's the nature of the medium. Television induces a hypnotic trance in the viewer. It doesn't matter what you're watching. This is a physiological response to
television.
medium.
This is a physiological response, period. You're not suggesting that the content itself is endeavoring to specifically put you in a
that's
trance.
later. That's later, because there are techniques that do that. I will get to that.
Okay, well, I'll give you that. I mean, you sit in front of TV and you are absorbed.
That's right. You're fixated and in a trance state. And now, this state of mind, the hypnotic state of mind, is a very natural state. We go in and out of this throughout the day.
Okay.
The quickest and simplest way to define it would be as a twilight state of mind. Just like when we are drifting off to sleep at night or just waking in the morning, there is no conscious mental activity going on. The mind is a blank slate.
All right, but Stephen, here's where I want you to delineate something for me. I more or less get in the same state when I sit down and read an engrossing book.
Yes.
Describe the difference to me.
There's no difference, because all hypnosis is focused attention.
Right.
You're focusing the attention of one of the five senses. In the case of media or reading, using the sense of sight or sense of hearing as well when you're talking about television. So the whole point, even a hypnotist, the whole point is using language and his voice as a mechanism to create triggers of sound, to get his subject to lock on to the sound and the sing-song pattern of his voice, so that the mind goes into this trance state, this blank state where there is no conscious mental activity going on.
All right. We are at the top of the hour, so you've got several minutes to relax. Go ahead and relax, and I will certainly accept what you have said. That sitting in front of a television or reading or doing any concentrated work will cause you to go into a kind of a trance state and a very receptive state in general terms. And we'll pick up on it when we get back. I'm Art Bell. This is Dreamland. That's me. And I've always thought my thoughts were my own. Haven't you? But I'm willing to entertain the possibility that they're not. And so should you. And that is exactly what we're talking about. My guest is Stephen Jacobson, and the subject is mind control. And you have to at least entertain the possibility that you've been influenced, and that's what we're talking about. It's fascinating stuff. We'll get right back to them. Listen, a quick programming note for the first time on radio that I'm aware of. Tomorrow night, 2 Hopi elders are going to join us. One of them may speak English, the other does not. There will be a translator. As far as I know, it is the first time that anything of this sort has been done. That'll be 11 o'clock Pacific on Coast. Well, all right, back now to Stephen Jacobson. We have had explained, and I certainly acknowledge, that when we watch television, we go into kind of a trance state. We become, in essence, more suggestible. That much established, Stephen. Welcome back.
Yes. It would be good for your listeners to understand how television does this, because it's the very nature of the medium.
Okay.
The picture, although it appears to be stationary, it is actually flickering. We don't see the flickering consciously, but subconsciously the repeating pattern, the visual pattern pulsing, induces the trance state. Now, you may have seen this, a visual representation of this, because sometimes in movies in the background there is a television set on, and you'll see these black roll bars going up and down.
That's right. What you're talking about is 30 frames per second.
Yes. But it is the pulsing that induces the trance state, regardless of what we're watching. Now, there are techniques that are used to deepen that state of mind, deepen the hypnotic state of mind.
Okay.
From commercials, flashing words, flashing numbers, like prices flashing on and off the screen. Any repeating visual pattern is going to capture the attention of the eye to focus on that repetition, so that it clears the mind of all thought, producing a state of mind very similar to daydreaming, but it is the hypnotic state of mind where we are the most susceptible to programming and more highly suggestible than at any other time. And that's
For example, Stephen, are you talking about where you'll watch a commercial and the product's there and the price, $14.95, is flashing on and off, on and off, on and off to get your attention?
That's right.
Okay.
That deepens the state. Any repeating pattern is going to do that. Smoke, any camera movement, any repeating pattern movement is going to do it, visual or audio. You notice in news broadcasting there are a number of techniques being used that are add to the this hypnotic induction. You have with the newscaster. In many newscasts, you have the repeating musical phrase that leads into the newscast itself.
Right.
Repeating pattern. You have repeating graphics very often.
Right.
So these simply deepen the trance state the television automatically produces. The speech pattern of a newscaster is very similar to the patterned speech of a hypnotist. Now, it doesn't matter whether a newscaster be black, white, Oriental, Hispanic. They, with very few exceptions, they all speak pretty much the same way. They have a speech pattern that is associated in the mind of the viewer with the dissemination of true factual information. You have the speech pattern. You have the eye contact that is made between the newscaster looking directly into the camera and into the eyes of the viewer.
Well, you have an authoritative cadence.
That is correct. That is correct. They are authority figures.
Sure.
That's a very important element in programming because people will tend to accept information that comes from an authority figure, someone who they respect, someone who they accept as an authority.
Well, that's why Walter Cronkite, as an example, was so very successful. He was an authoritative figure. He was even a father figure.
That's right. And that reminds me of something that a New York City talk show host, television talk show, Joe Franklin, he had a show for about 25 years.
Mm-hmm.
And when he retired, he was on The Tonight Show, and he was asked what was the secret of his longevity on the air.
Mm-hmm.
And what he said was very revealing. He said that the key was sincerity. When you learn how to fake that, you got it made.
When you learn how to fake sincerity, you've got it made.
So, in effect, what the message is that it is the appearance that is important,
yes,
and not the substance. And people can be fooled because all these books and programs, self-help programs on how to influence people and make friends, neuro-linguistic programming, all designed to use manipulative means and techniques to influence other people to do as you want them to do. Any good orator, any good politician, any good minister.
All right, but so far, you've described good programming to me. In other words, any television station that does not want a believable, authoritative anchor is out of its mind because that's what you want for the news. In other words, what I'm saying is, so far, I don't see anything deep and dark and evil at work here.
Well, we become very vulnerable and susceptible to misinformation as a result of the techniques that induce the state of mind that would allow us to accept something that may not necessarily be true.
Okay, in other words, if you sit down and you watch Tom Brokaw every night and you really trust Tom Brokaw, and 99% of the time what he has to say is accurate, and he should happen to slip something in that is either not accurate or designed to be manipulative, it gets you.
Sure can. You remember the radio broadcast of the War of the Worlds?
Of course.
Okay, 1938. That famous broadcast, for your listeners who may not be familiar with it, it was H.G. Wells's, War of the Worlds that Orson Welles adapted and dramatized as a news broadcast. It was presented as a news broadcast.
With disclaimers.
With disclaimers.
Which a lot of people didn't hear.
Well, didn't pay attention to.
Yeah.
Because they were locked on to the form of the presentation, and it caused panic where people actually thought that New Jersey was being invaded by Martians.
Yeah. And New Jersey residents eaten.
Yeah.
And then that's true.
And then in 1983, we have the television counterpart. There was a made-for-TV movie called Special Bulletin. This is in 1983. The story was about the detonation of a nuclear device in Charleston, South Carolina, but that fictional story was presented as a newscast, and as a result, because of how it was presented, a lot of people thought it was real, and they started calling the stations that were broadcasting it, carrying it, wanting to know if this was actually something that was happening.
No question about it. If you wanted to accomplish the same thing today, you would start it off with breaking news.
That's right. That's right.
That's true.
You remember when, the whole Monica Lewinsky story hit? It was about a week after the opening of the motion picture Wag the Dog.
Yeah, oh yes.
And Wag the Dog was the story about the president getting involved in a sex scandal and the decision being made to distract the public with a war, but a fictional war played solely on television.
I know. I saw the movie and I followed the scandal.
Okay. The parallels between what was actually happening in that movie are somewhat uncanny because of the amount of time that it takes to prepare a film before it goes into distribution. That you get a question: is it coincidence?
Well, yeah. Why should we not imagine it's coincidence?
Pardon?
Why should we not imagine it was coincidence?
Well, I question it. It could be, but then again, it may not have been, because shortly thereafter, while all this was being given a lot of coverage in the press, and we thought that we might be going to war again with Iraq.
That's right.
On February 20th, which was a Friday, at 1 p.m., Dan Rather broadcast a practice run, a simulation of a news broadcast about the bombing of Baghdad.
No, you're absolutely correct. I mean, the coincidences are tremendous, but following that chain of logic, they just released Deep Impact, and early in July, we get Armageddon, and so I guess then we should be expecting something to come crashing through from space and wipe out some big city somewhere.
Well, not necessarily, but certainly we are being conditioned and programmed to have a particular mindset, and it does add to the stress and tension and anxiety that people feel, and inducing stress, anxiety, and tension in the population is a strategy of psychological warfare. It's as if the squeeze has been put on us, and we pressure upon pressure is heaped on people's shoulders, where people don't have time to do much else other than to work hard to try to make a living, to try to make a living that came more easily 15, 20 years ago. People having to work harder today to make ends meet, and in many households, both spouses have to work just to make one paycheck.
Okay.
That set of circumstances, I contend, has been brought into existence intentionally to put the squeeze on us, because we are being distracted. All of our energy is being used up, and we don't have the time to smell the roses and look around ourselves and to contemplate or to spend time considering what is actually going on around us. When we're all uptight, we're not seeing things as clearly as if we were at peace and calm.
Well, all right. May I ask you a question?
Sure.
The type of movie or the type of television program that you're talking about is one that the American people want. In other words, the ratings of any given show and or its financial success as a motion picture generally determine what the content of movies 6 months from now or a year will be. I'm saying it's driven by what the public is telling the industry by its dollar that it wants to see.
Well, the public can be conditioned to want certain things by the mere repetition of whatever is being presented. This was learned back in the days of radio, where a song could be made popular by virtue of
repetition.
Of the repetition.
No question about it.
Playing.
No question about it. I do it with bumper music all the time.
Right.
It's the hook.
What happened back in December of not too long ago, of 97, the example of the television cartoon in Japan that sent 700 people, mostly children, to the hospital.
That's right.
In that instance, in the cartoon, at a particular point, the stroboscopic flashes of light emanating from the eyes of one of the cartoon characters induced epileptic-like seizures in some of the children who were watching the program.
That's correct.
And other children experience nausea, dizziness, fainting spells, and the like.
Yes.
Point being that it is an extreme example, but should serve as a wake-up call for parents in particular, and all of us, illustrating how television literally plugs into our nervous system.
All right. Now, having said all that, you at the beginning of the program made a very provocative statement. You said that it is a scientifically induced nervous breakdown that they're trying to achieve. Now, first of all, who is they?
Well, they are the powers that be. They are the
government.
It's the money is the engine that moves society.
Agreed.
And whether or not we have an honest monetary system or a dishonest system, that is going to determine the direction of all of society's institutions. Now, presently, we are enslaved by a dishonest system. There are only two economic systems. You're either going to have a system of just weights and measures, using a substance as a medium of exchange, a barter system where a barter system is simply exchanging one thing of value for something else of value.
Right.
And for thousands of years, civilization settled upon gold and silver as being the standard money.
That's right.
The other economic system is a credit system.
Correct.
And credit is simply an idea. It's not tangible. It doesn't exist. And that's where the problem lies in that system.
It's all based on faith, really.
It's all based on faith, and it's based, and because of that, it is susceptible to widespread control and manipulation.
All right, then here's just a square-on question for you, Stephen. If it is money that's driving this attempt to produce a scientifically induced nervous breakdown among the general populace or some portion thereof, why would it serve the interests of those who wished income to produce this awful thing in those that it wants to sell to?
Well, it's more than just creating a society of consumers. It's more a matter of creating a controllable society, one that can be manipulated with precision.
Oh, I understand, but I mean, if you manipulate somebody into a nervous breakdown, they're not going to be buying your product.
No, that is correct. And really, the bottom line of the mind control issue is really a spiritual issue. Everything points towards that. The manifestation in the material world, in the physical world, it shows itself in many different ways, most noticeably in what's happening with money and what society is using as money. But the mind is the gateway to the soul. That's why there's a mind control issue. And as far as the spiritual aspect of it is concerned, and this is really, the bottom line of the whole problem is that we are first and foremost spiritual beings. We are eternal spiritual beings who find ourselves imprisoned inside a temporary physical body.
Okay.
We're not the physical body. We're the resident inside the body. But our culture and our programming is directed towards encouraging us to misidentify ourselves as the body and to make our decisions based on that mistaken assumption. So that instead of people spending time to inquire why they are here, and what are we, what is the relationship to one another, what is the purpose of life, what objective is to be served here, instead of spending time on that, people are spending the time spinning their wheels trying to make a living.
Okay, if I understand you correctly, you're saying that we are being intentionally programmed away from any consideration of our spiritual selves.
Most definitely.
All right, hold it right there. We're at the bottom of the hour. Stephen Jacobson is my guest, and he'll be right back, as will I, from the high desert in an area near Dreamland. This is Dreamland. It is, and my guest is Stephen Jacobson. We're talking about mind control. It's really a fascinating topic, and we're going to get back to him in just a moment. Stephen Jacobson is my guest. Mind control is the subject, and I'd like to possibly clarify something, Stephen. I've got a fax here suggesting that I may have been right about the FCC. It says the FCC authority to regulate subliminal messages is covered by Sections 303 and 317 of the Communications Act. Additionally, Sections 73.1212 of the FCC regulations also address covert advertisements. Now, I don't know that to be the case. That's simply a faxer who said it. but I thought it had been the case regarding the broadcasting of these things. Now, another fact, equally interesting, seems to suggest you could be correct. It says, regarding your guest who believes the media is somehow coordinated in its moral destruction of American society, the evidence does seem to bear him out. But, if it is true, does he believe a spiritual force could be the organizer and the media editors and scriptwriters are the unconscious dupes? Most Americans, including yourself, meaning me, believe the spiritual exists. In the Old Testament, the power of God was manifest in controlling the minds of certain individuals, and in some cases, as in the Hebrew Exodus, entire nations. I'm referring to the mind of the Pharaoh and his subjects. Now get this. In recent history, when the Egyptians virtually had the 6-day war won with their surprise tank invasion of tiny Israel, for some reason, inexplicably and suddenly, the tank commanders were seized with terror and retreated. They could not explain why they did that, and subsequently many or most were executed. So, your comments on either one or both, Steve?
That is what that reminds me of is the broadcasting of subliminal messages during the Gulf War that caused Iraqis to surrender en masse. That example comes to mind from what you just that triggered that little piece of information. I don't know if that could be an element there, but certainly it is. The bottom line problem is a spiritual problem, which is designed to keep us from understanding who we are and to prevent us, to thwart us from achieving the objective of our being here, and that is to fulfill the spiritual objective of life, which is to disentangle ourselves from our material consciousness and material conception of life. Everyone is trying to play God in one way or another, to be the master of what they survey, be the master of their world, and that's certainly a problem that we have with the prevailing ruling class that seeks to govern us and manipulate us through controlling the information that we have access to and by manipulating our mental states.
All right. Well, this first or second faxer said, are the media editors and scriptwriters unconscious dupes of others in what they're doing?
I would say yes. I would say yes, and then I would also say that there are those who do understand what they are doing. It's like in any organization, you have your hierarchy where people know things on a need-to-know basis, so that those who are doing particular tasks don't necessarily know how their job fits into the big picture. Now, one of the problems that we have with the communications industry, and this applies both to information and entertainment, is the consolidation of ownership of the different media, where you have press, publishing, radio, TV, and movies, the ownership being concentrated in fewer and fewer hands.
Absolutely going on like crazy right now.
That is, not only in telecommunications, but in every other area of human endeavor, there is a consolidation going on, and this is extremely dangerous because it allows for the coordination of propaganda. Where back in 1983 there was a study done in a book written titled Media Monopoly by Ben Bedikian, who was, if I recall correctly, he was national editor for the Washington Post and dean of the Graduate School of Journalism at the University of California. When the first edition came out in 1983, he reported that there were 50 major corporations that were controlling most of America's media, and in subsequent updates of that particular book, the numbers went down to 29, to 27, and currently it's about 10 multinational corporations that are controlling not only the information that we have access to, but also the entertainment choices that are made available to us. Now, entertainment is not just entertainment. It is not harmless. It carries ideological content and messages about how society works, about what's right and wrong. And a lot of people, particularly young people, accept unquestioningly the reality that is presented to them by television.
All right, may I stop you for a second? And let me ask you this. Let's consider a large national media outlet. At what level in that large national media outlet would you imagine conscious manipulation would have to be taking place? At what level?
Oh, gee, well, certainly at the highest levels, where it can be coordinated. Let me give you an example. Here's a movie that you could probably rent at Blockbusters. It's titled Agency. In fact, Dr. Wilson Bryan Key was an advisor on the film, and that Dr. Key has written about 4 or 5 books on the use of subliminals, particularly in advertising, but also in other areas. This particular book is about an ad agency that is taken over and being operated by a government intelligence agency. In this particular story, it's the CIA.
Yes.
And Lee Majors plays one of the employees who discovers that subliminal messages are being added to the political advertising. It's during a political year. Well, no one else is aware except just a handful of people who are actually doing the work. The people at the ad agency don't know, but it is the very head and those who are working with him who are privy to what is going on. So you have that division of knowledge. Those at the very top do understand what the deal is.
So it could be done without the knowledge, for example, I don't know, in a TV show of the actors, or in the case of a radio program like mine, without my knowledge?
Sure, even in the case of, say, music and the use of backward masking and or use of hidden messages, those things can be added without a performing artist being aware of it. Although there are certainly instances of groups, particularly heavy metal groups, groups involved in occultism, that use these techniques intentionally.
Uh-huh. Again, I'm going to come back to motivation. You said it's all about money, and I can easily understand that it's all about money. Everything seems to be about money. But what I don't understand is why anybody would want to induce scientifically induce a nervous breakdown in the general population, or even some part of the general population. How would that serve anybody's interest?
Well, this softening up process that we're going through as a nation would facilitate our becoming part of a world government. It would be meant to facilitate that, so that in the case of some of the drastic changes that have occurred in American education, they're designed to create a collective mentality and promote collectivism, socialism amongst using the young as really guinea pigs for the program.
What an insidious thought. How do you prove? How do you prove, Stephen? Let's say that all you're saying is correct. How would you endeavor to begin to prove it?
Oh, that's why the audio cassettes, because I'm not in the business of producing tape after tape. The goal of the project was to produce high-quality educational materials that would give people the information they needed to understand the overall picture. So these first 2 audio cassettes are the results of more than 10 years' work. They're very tightly scripted and go in a step-by-step fashion to lead the listener through this maze and multifaceted world of mind control.
And we will absolutely give them a chance to get these audio tapes. But here, give me the 101 here. I mean, give me some sense of how you would prove, a short answer if there is one, that this really is going on.
Oh, gee, there is so much documentation available. I've built up a library of literally hundreds and hundreds of books dealing with different aspects of the problem. Here's part of the problem, and it illustrates a primary means by which we are manipulated and controlled, and it's really very basic and very simple, and that is control of information. If we don't have all the information we need on any given subject, then our judgment and decision-making is going to reflect any errors or any omission in our fund of information.
Absolutely.
Now, it illustrates a big problem that we have, and that is we don't have the information we need. There are big holes in our fund of information that prevent us from seeing that big picture. Some pieces to the puzzle are missing intentionally. There is information that is simply not available through established media outlets, and that one has to seek it out. And I when I got involved in this investigation initially, when I got the research materials, there were several books included there that dealt with the quote-unquote conspiracy theory of history. And I went through the bibliography of both of those and began to gather information on different topics simply to see what was out there. The goal is to understand, is to increase understanding, and to be relatively certain that the information is accurate and truthful. And the whole goal is to understand with accuracy. And so the documentation on different aspects of this, whether it be political or economic, the information is out there. One has to simply seek it out. It does exist. And I'll use one illustration, though, to show how pervasive this control is. And it's very basic. It has to do with money, these pieces of paper that we all carry in our billfold and call money.
Yes.
Our currency looked very different back in 1963. There was a switch done. Our Federal Reserve notes between 1914 and 1963 looked different from what they do now, notwithstanding the changes in design in our currency. On our currency, it said that the United States of America will pay to the bearer on demand X number of dollars. In other words, if it was a bill if it was a $10 bill, it said we'll pay to the bearer on demand $10, which meant that the piece of paper wasn't the $10; it represented $10. Now, a dollar is a unit of measurement for gold and silver coin. If there's no gold and silver coin, then the use of the word dollar is very misleading because it's
it is no longer that.
Right, we're not measuring anything in dollars. We're simply using we're using numbers that represent absolutely nothing. The point is that the only way paper currency is honest is when it is redeemable for something real, something that represents wealth. In other words, gold or silver. And our Constitution.
Well, wait a minute now. They are not the only things that represent wealth. Things represent wealth. If you go out and exchange that money you're talking about and get a car, then you have made a meaningful exchange.
Sure, but your medium of exchange that you're exchanging wealth for wealth. Now, for thousands of years, gold and silver was used as the medium of exchange. It's the standard.
I'm aware of that.
And even our Constitution mandates that this is what we are supposed to be using.
I'm aware of that argument as well.
Now, the only way the paper currency is honest, or can be honest, is when there's a one-to-one relationship between the paper, which is really a money substitute, and the real money being held in the vault, like the gold and silver. The problem goes back to the Middle Ages.
Well, the problem is also, though, Stephen, the size of our economy. We could not right now back every dollar with an equivalent amount of gold or silver. There is not enough gold or silver to do that.
Well, I've heard that argument too, and the reason why the numbers are so ridiculous is that it wasn't held down to manageable numbers because it's not tied to anything of substance. When we went off the standard of using metal as our standard money, and the paper simply being a money substitute representing the metal, when we went off that.
All right, we're off into an economic constitutional argument, and I'm not exactly sure why it bears on.
Well, it's part of the mind control issue, because unless you get an honest money system, then money is being used as a weapon to destroy society. It's being used to give direction to all of society's institutions, and since we see everything crumbling around us, it is as a result of how money influence is being applied.
Okay, but there's also free will, and I tell you there is free will because a lot of people are able to go out and not indulge credit card companies, not indulge long mortgages. They just don't play that game, and they pay cash. Now, if you do that, you're still getting a fair exchange, and you're not being sucked into what I understand you're talking about.
Well, the reason that money, so-called money, doesn't maintain its value over a period of time, and that its purchasing power goes up and down, and usually down, is because of the dishonesty of this credit system that we've been enslaved with. That's why the gold and silver bullet in the Constitution, the founding fathers had the same experience with paper currency. The problem goes back to the Middle Ages when people would bring their valuables to the goldsmith to have them stored in his vault, and he'd give them a receipt for the gold or silver, whatever was being stored.
Sure.
And the receipt wasn't the money, it was the money substitute. And because it was convenient to use the money substitute instead of carrying around the gold and silver, people began to use the paper receipt as if it were the real money, because they had confidence they could go to the goldsmith and reclaim the real wealth being held on deposit.
I have no argument with the purity of your argument. You are correct.
I'm just getting into what would happen.
Okay.
Well, it illustrates why we have a runaway inflation here, and why the dollar doesn't maintain its value.
Inflation is very low right now, Stephen.
Pardon?
It's very low right now.
Yeah, and this is the reason why, this kind of manipulation of its value. The goldsmith, the unscrupulous goldsmith, seeing that very few people would come in and claim the real wealth on deposit, he began issuing receipts for more gold than he had in the vault. And when he created his first receipt for gold that didn't exist, he created both credit and inflation. They're both the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Illustrating that there has to be that one-to-one relationship between the money substitute, the paper currency, and what is being held in the vault. Once you get off that one-to-one standard, the system is ripe for total manipulation. And this allowed the goldsmith of the Middle Ages to manipulate the economic activity of his community and artificially create depressions and then stimulate
I'm going to stipulate all of this, Stephen, so that we don't have to go through it. How do we get from there to children taking guns into school and killing their classmates and teachers?
Well, the economic pressures that are put on families, most problems...
you think it's economic?
That's right.
You think this is economic? All right.
And that's why economic warfare and psychological warfare always work together. It's a twin pincer movement. It's like a vice.
All right, Stephen, listen, we've got a break here. We're at the top of the hour, and we'll be right back. Stephen Jacobson is my guest. He's talking about mind control. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dreamland. Once again, here I am. Good evening, everybody. Stephen Jacobson is my guest, and he'll be back in a moment. This might interest you. From Reuters, Switzerland's Radioactivity Surveillance Office said on Friday it detected radiation levels more than 1,000 times above the normal at the beginning of June, but they had since returned to normal. The accident, I repeat, the accident is believed to have been caused when a machine containing the radioactive material cesium-137 was accidentally melted down in a furnace along with other scrap metal. The president of Greenpeace Spain on Sunday lashed out at both the company and the watchdog, saying the incident was, quote, a huge botch job, end quote. We don't yet know the size of the problem, but whatever the dose of radiation, it affects the environment, he said. We've asked the Nuclear Security Council for more details and more transparency in its operations, end quote, she said. I shouldn't be laughing about this, but it really is hard to know what to believe, isn't it? All right, back now to my guest, Stephen Jacobson, and we are going to take calls shortly. Stephen, welcome back.
Yes, my pleasure.
Again, I'm going to ask again, if you hear of a 12-year-old that walks into a classroom, kills the teacher, kills the students, I'm not quite certain how you say that's economic.
Well, I'm not. I'm saying economics is a factor in placing pressure on people where there'll be problems at home. A lot of family problems center around money.
No question about it.
And so that a dishonest economic system designed to place pressure on people is simply over a period of time, heaping pressure upon pressure on people. They do have the breaking point. Now, in the case of children,
yes,
you have this factor of the influence that media has on them. There is a direct connection between the graphic depiction of violence in media and what happens out here in the street. Now, many motion pictures have precipitated violence over the years, going all the way back to D.W. Griffith and The Birth of a Nation, that caused riots in different cities where it played, up to the 1970s, the different gang-related movies that also caused violence.
That's correct.
Okay. Now, but in spite of all that, and then we have the deer hunter example, where the press reported that about 28 people imitated the Russian roulette scene in that movie and committed suicide. And then John Hinckley and his reference to the movie Taxi Driver, giving him the idea to assassinate President Reagan. In spite of those examples, one example alone indicates that there's a problem, and that is that the military, and in particular a doctor at NATO, has used film to desensitize men who were not inclined to go into a battlefield situation, to desensitize them so that they could do their job as soldiers. Now, they were shown films of people being killed violently and being maimed. Now, if the military uses film in that way to obtain that kind of result, it's not such a great stretch to consider the impact that graphic violence has on young people in particular who grow up with a steady diet of violence, from the cartoon violence that shows no consequences for violence and it's played as slapstick, to movies like the Home Alone series. We have a youngster doing things that in real life would cause serious injury or even death and being played for laughs. Well, children look at television in a different way than adults do, and they think things are real until they get a little older. And even then, a lot of people will accept what they are seeing, and it gives them messages about how society works, and very often violence is presented as an acceptable means of problem solving.
Stephen, let me stop you and ask you to clear something up for me.
Yes.
As I told you at the beginning of the show, I'm soon going to be 53 years old. When I was young, we had lots and lots of violence. Cowboys and Indians kind of violence.
Mm-hmm.
We had the Three Stooges kind of violence.
Yes.
We had cartoon violence. We had plenty of violence when I was young. We didn't have as many children going into class and killing their fellow students and teachers as we do today. So where is the difference between the mid-50s and today?
Oh, gee, it's a world of difference. It was a different world in the 1950s. It was a world of Leave It to Beaver, the Donna Reed Show, Father Knows Best, and that changed into Father Knows Nothing with the television program Married with Children. there was a time where there were very clear demarcations between what was right and wrong, and those lines, for many people, have blurred. Also, you have the transformation that American education has undergone over the years. When you and I were going to school, things were a lot different than what young people today are confronted with in school. And this part of this problem goes back to the early part of the century and the changes that our American educational system have undergone, where there was a dramatic shift in emphasis in American education from intellectual development to socialization. The goals of education became social and political rather than academic. Mm-hmm. And this was due in large part to John Dewey and his progressive educational reforms that were based on the experimental psychology developed by Professor Wilhelm Wundt at the University of Leipzig in Germany. Dr. Wundt believed that man had no soul, that we were simply stimulus response animals. And that kind of idea was transmitted to educational psychology, and that infiltrated our school system, where John Dewey didn't believe there was a God. He didn't believe that there was there were any moral absolutes, right and wrong, and all these things have infiltrated into our educational system, where this is the result. We see the result in this kind of irrational behavior.
So then, if I've got this right, you believe that there is a nationwide, probably worldwide, long-term conspiracy, in effect, brainwashing us toward the eventual control of a singular control of the entire world.
Sure, and I think we're already at that point because of the situation with money and how it is controlled, that we have been under this kind of control for a good while. And in this country, in 1913 is really when we lost it, when the Federal Reserve System came into being, where the money system of this country was turned over to private individuals.
Okay, let's ask the audience some questions, or allow them to ask you some. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello. Good morning. Good evening, Mr. Bell, Mr.
Yes.
Jacobson. Nice to talk with you both. My name is also Stephen. I'm calling from Hampton, Virginia.
Okay.
I am a retired broadcaster. I've been out of the business now about 4 years. I work for the private sector now.
All right. You mean you were in the?
I was a radio announcer. Okay.
Okay. All right.
All right. I have to take some issue with some of the points that Mr. Jacobson is bringing up tonight. I don't feel he's giving listeners and viewers credit for their intelligence by assuming that they are so easily mind-controlled. Now, granted, surely the media wants to get ratings. They're in the business of attracting viewers and listeners.
That's
but
correct. Yes.
In my 25 years of broadcasting, I was never a part of any type of subliminal broadcasting or anything.
All right. Well,
like
let me stop you right there. I am in the same business you were in. All right.
Yes, sir.
And I am probably the third or fourth most listened to talk show host in America right now.
That you are.
Okay. That's why I asked Stephen earlier, at what level of a large broadcast, multinational corporation even, would there be awareness? And he said only at the very top. And so I didn't pursue it for the same reason I think you can't pursue it. I mean, how do you know that there were not messages inserted at some level way past you before what you had on the air was being transmitted, or that you unintentionally transmitted a material that would have affected people? The answer is you can't know. Either can I.
Well, what I do feel that, during my broadcast years, that I was saying what I felt, just as you do.
You bet.
I also feel, though, that listeners had intelligence enough to either like it or not like it, believe it or not believe it.
Yes, but he is discussing subliminal messaging that you might have not known you were doing, or might have occurred later in the chain after your microphone?
My answer to him would be that I felt in my years of broadcasting, and you worked for a lot of stations in 25 years.
Oh, yeah.
That you get close enough to the engineers, to the owner, to your bosses, your coworkers, that you know what's going on. It's a ratings business. You're trying to attract the most amount of listeners that you can, but I never had anyone come up to me and tell me that they thought they were being affected subliminally. I can't say I was the most popular announcer in town. It wasn't that way.
No, what you're doing is you're saying, look, I always said what I wanted to say. Right. I was a free agent.
Right.
Blah, blah, blah.
Right.
And I would say exactly the same thing. Believe me, I would say the same thing. But the way Mr. Jacobson put this to me, he stopped me because how do I know that at some other point something is not being inserted that I know nothing about? I can't be absolutely certain of that.
Well, if he's suggesting that possibly the FCC was involved in this, I would say absolutely not. They have so dropped all restrictions on what radio stations can do. They don't really care anymore.
Well,
they're in the business of license.
Look, that would strengthen, not weaken his argument. You're right. They've deregulated like crazy. They've barely got the staff to watch over things. That would strengthen his argument, I'm sorry to say. Well, I'm not saying it's so. I'm saying I'm willing to consider it. I appreciate your call, sir.
That's all right. Thank you.
You want to respond at all, Stephen?
Well, we're seeing things from a different perspective. Even when I was working in media, I wasn't asked to do things intentionally that were misleading. But whoever is paying the bills on a particular project, all programs have a particular point of view, and that is determined by who's putting up the money. And now I may not have always agreed with what it was that I was presenting, but I certainly knew that whether it was a government documentary or a promotional piece, that it had a particular point of view that was determined by the client.
Yeah, but ultimately, I would argue with that caller, Stephen, that what the American people hear is determined and driven by ratings. And you can connect that directly to money because it is connected directly to money. Money equals ratings, ratings equal money. No question about it. But what the American people hear is driven by ratings. So at what point would the manipulation occur?
It's throughout. I've illustrated some of the components. The mechanism is to get us in a particular state of mind where information can be implanted and then repeated over a period of time to elicit a conditioned response. The whole point is propaganda, whether it's by an advertiser or a political propagandist, is to build in that conditioned response so that when we are presented with that piece of information, we respond automatically without thinking about it. Now, unless we are aware of the mechanism, we are not aware that we are being manipulated. People have a tendency to believe things that are consistent with what they already believe. There's a term for it, cognitive dissonance. What doesn't fit into what we already believe, we have a tendency to involuntarily and automatically reject. So that if someone has an inclination not to consider that there could be a conspiracy in operation because they had not heard of it, then any information that tended to go in the direction that there is a conspiracy, they simply wouldn't give it credence and would not.
I am certainly open-minded enough to imagine that there could be such a conspiracy. Period. Your early points with regard to the hypnotic state or the trance state induced when you're watching TV, reading, listening to the radio, whatever, given. I'll give it to you. And TV is stronger than radio with regard to its ability to put you deeper in that state. No
And
question
not
about
just
it.
television, popular music does this as well.
Yep.
And that's of particular importance regarding young people in this country, because music, Plato and Aristotle believed that people could be controlled by music. And our bodies literally can be played as if they were musical instruments. Different frequency tones affect different parts of the body, and we feel these vibrations. Now, in the case of a lot of popular rock music, you have a bass rhythm pattern that is louder than the melody. And that repeating pattern does a number of things. One, it functions as the focal point to distract the sense of hearing, to get the listener locked on to the repeating pattern of the repeating musical pattern. But there's another effect of using low-frequency bass tones that when the volume is up high, it affects the secretion of hormones that affect the male and female sexual responses, so that the music will feel good. Now, and serve as a distraction while people are focused on the physical sensation.
I agree.
They're not listening to the message of the lyrics.
I absolutely agree with all your general assessments. What I have not yet had proven to me is a conscious, evil effort to manipulate society toward a complete breakdown, which is what you would have to have before you would accept some sort of global governance, some great savior to come along and save your butt and pull your butt out of the fire. You follow me? I accept all your premises, but you haven't yet, for me, made the connection to the specific dark conspiracy to do what you think is underway.
Well, I think perhaps then you need to hear these audio cassettes, because one, it's different than a conversation. It's very tightly scripted, leading from the beginning to its conclusion to show how all these things fit together.
All right. When we come back, we'll tell everybody how to get those audio cassettes, and we'll take some more calls. And we'll see how you feel about all of this out there. Good evening, everybody, from the high desert, where it's very pleasant, finally, and actually warming up a few degrees. Boy, it's been strange weather, hasn't it? In an area near Dreamland. I'm Art Bell, and this is Dreamland. And here is breaking news. Stephen, did you just sit up straight? Breaking news. There's been a 5.6 magnitude earthquake in eastern Japan. We don't have any more details just yet, but 5.6 somewhere in eastern Japan. And we'll see from there, I'm sure, in the next hour or two, depending on the news source, whether there has been any damage or casualties reported. We'll get back to Stephen Jacobson in a moment. All right, back now to Stephen Jacobson. Stephen, you do have audio tapes available on the subject in great detail.
Yes.
How many and how much?
Presently, there are 2 audio cassettes, and I'm working on the next 2 in the series.
Okay.
The 2 tapes that are available, Mind Control in America and Wake Up America, they can either be ordered separately or together as a set, and I make a special offer to your listening audience who are interested in in knowing more about the subject. Mind Control in America, when ordered by itself, the special price is $12. That includes postage. Wake Up America, ordered by itself, special pricing is $13. And the 2 tapes ordered together as a set, the total is $22, and that includes first-class shipping. That's for both Mind Control in America and Wake Up America, and they can be ordered by sending the order to me, Stephen Jacobson, at MCIA Media. That's the initials for Mind Control in America, Media, MCIA Media, Post Office Box 15734. That's Post Office Box 15734, Winston-Salem. It's 2 words hyphenated. Winston-Salem, North Carolina, zip 27113. That's MCIA Media, Post Office Box 15734, Winston-Salem, North Carolina, zip 27113. for anyone who has any questions, my phone number here in Winston-Salem is area code 336-723-6535. 336-723-6535. And that's 2 audio cassettes, Mind Control in America and Wake Up America. The total for the 2, which includes shipping, is $22.
All right. Good enough. Let's go back to the phones and see what people say. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello. I have a very strange incident that happened in my neck of the woods last week at an elementary school where 18 kids were rushed to the hospital after ingesting diet pills and Motrin, and they were influenced by one child who took them from his mother, apparently. And all of these children, they were in the 5th or 6th grade, and they were all repeatedly told and taught in school and taught by their parents not to take drugs from other people and so forth. And so their parents were all quite shocked that they were influenced so much to do this. And what I wanted to know was, it would be interesting to do like a case study on this other than just a criminal investigation, but to find out what these kids had done prior, for instance, common music that they listened to, you know, what their activities were that led up to this. And I was wondering, is there a investigative company or investigative firm that deals with investigating these incidents?
I don't know. It's a good question. Stephen?
Gee, that is a good question. I think that there is an organization, and let me see if I can get the Citizens Commission on Human Rights in Los Angeles. They, I believe, do investigate incidents like this. And in fact, in some of their information, they point out the use of psychoactive drugs that are prescribed for young people, Ritalin in particular, and also Prozac. In this most recent shooting, I believe that
and absolutely in general use in America right now.
Yeah.
No question about it. All right, here's a fact which says the guest tonight, very interesting, especially in light of the fact that he is discussing the exact same subject, which is creating so much furor with the new movie, The Truman Show. Now, I haven't seen The Truman Show. I want to. I have no idea what it's about. Do you know offhand whether it relates to what you are discussing tonight?
It probably does. I haven't seen it either. And but from what I gather, it does have to do with this reality that we are living in that has been created by the media, and that we're not living in the real world. That's part of our problem.
Okay, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello, Art. Hello, Stephen.
Hi.
Pleasure to talk to you. This is John in Minneapolis.
Hi, John.
I wanted to comment on something here, and that is the effect of heavy metals and such as zinc and cadmium. And studies that they've done that have shown that people that are a large percentage of people incarcerated have high levels of cadmium. Is that true? I mean, it's something that I've heard.
All right. It's a fair question. Chemical similarities or commonalities with regard to criminal activity. Anything on that, Stephen?
Well, one of the ways of manipulating people in their thinking is by influencing mental states. So that covers a wide range. We touched on one aspect of it, and that is the use of hypnotic techniques in media, and how television, because of its very nature, it manipulates one's mental state. Also, food additives, chemicals, and drugs can do the same thing. As far as there being any common denominator of something that is in the water, so to speak, I don't know. Certainly, there has been a lot written about fluoride and how it has negative effects on us, and even impacts how we process information. All these things are related. Everything is related.
So there is no single specific thing that you point to in this conspiracy, but rather it is a cumulative effect.
That is correct. A lot of things working together. A key element of programming is simply repetition of the message. In the case of a lot of popular music that young people listen to, you cannot clearly distinguish the lyrics consciously. And that poses some special problems, because if you cannot understand the words clearly, you cannot make the conscious free will choice to accept or reject the message.
Well, if you're not understanding it, you must be suggesting that though your conscious mind is not understanding it, your subconscious is receiving the message loud and clear.
That's the point. It's that information is getting lodged in the subconscious, and we're not adding our file information. We're not coding it with whether or not we accept or reject it. Someone else is coding it, and that means it can be triggered, activated at a later time.
Yeah, I don't reject that concept at all. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Good evening, gentlemen.
Good evening. Where are you?
I'm John from Reno, Nevada.
Okay, John.
First of all, happy birthday to you, Art, coming up on Wednesday.
Coming up, thanks.
And Mr. Jacobson. There is a curious effect I started noticing about 5 years ago on most of the major networks. And for lack of a better term, I call it the digital shift. And most of my friends and relatives didn't notice it until I pointed it out to them. And the best way to describe it is that I work on an older computer, and a lot of times I run some of the newer software, it has to slow down in order to accommodate all the data that's coming through on the screen. And you get this sort of like time delay shift. Well, on a lot of the networks, most of the major ones that have popular shows on, and I won't go through the process and name all of them, but every once in a while during the programs, especially on some of the hotter series, they'll have this segment where there's a shift where the character will freeze for a second on the screen, and it sort of stretches out for a brief second, and then all of a sudden resumes its normal pace. Mm-hmm. And the only thing I could figure out what's going on there is that there's an information overload coming down over the signal. I was just wondering if I could get a comment on that from you.
Well, interesting. I think that there are a number of techniques that contribute to some problems that many people have, young people in particular. The use of cutting patterns, quick cutting, and quickly changing camera angles, and use of these shifts, as you were describing, they program a short attention span. So that because television literally plugs into our nervous system, young children, when they are away from television, get fidgety and have difficulty focusing their attention. In fact, the attention deficit disorder is closely connected to this because of the effect that this quick cutting has on young people.
There is an alternative explanation for what he was talking about as well. If I understood correctly, he was talking about digital transmission. Now, in the world of digital transmission, when you miss a bit or two, even with error correction, this is kind of computer-type stuff, but it's a digital transmission. When you miss a bit or two, it freezes. It's the nature of the type of digital transmission they're making, and you'll see a character freeze for a second. That means you missed a bit, and then it'll resume. So there is a technical explanation for that that doesn't necessarily involve mind control. On the first-time caller line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hello.
Hello. Yes. Am I on?
Yes, you are. Where are you?
In Chehalis, Washington.
Okay.
I have two questions, very important. One, shocking in the body. Does he know anything about how the government shocking people in the bodies?
Shocking people?
Yeah. Electric shocks?
Electric shocks, yes. How would the government be shocking people, ma'am?
The Greys are putting these things in the people's bodies.
Oh, you mean implants?
Yeah.
All right. She's talking about the phenomenon of implants, and I take it that's out of your field.
Well, it's not an area that I really delve into. The mind control issue covers a wide spectrum. The use of implants have been investigated by different governments. and intelligence agencies that have been involved in the research of technology to impact on consciousness. But as far as its the connection with the UFO phenomenon, that's not within the scope of what I'm currently involved in.
Well, the one thing that I don't doubt is that any government, including our government, would be interested in control of the masses that it pretends to serve. Now, I don't doubt that for a second, and how you get to it in specifics, I don't know. And so anyway, back to the phones. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hi.
Yeah, hello, Art Bell and Mr. Jacobson.
Yes.
My name's Lena. I'm calling from Canada, and I have a question regarding receiving another person's thoughts. I've experienced this some time ago, and I found a way to focus elsewhere and, carry on with my life. And I had a young person approach me and request answer as to how would your guest, Stephen Jacobson, explain this to a young person to control this reception of other people's thoughts and or block them so as to not let it be a distraction or an interference with one's daily existence?
All right, Stephen. Interesting question, because we all in varying capacities pick up information intuitively when we are dealing with people. The same neural pathways that are activated when we're speaking are activated when we are thinking. So that thinking is literally subvocal thought. And for this reason, it can be monitored electronically and also interfered with electronically. As far as how do you protect yourself, it's a twofold protection. One is with information about the principles involved in programming, but because the real problem is one that has a spiritual foundation, the solution has to be also resides on that platform. We're not going to solve the problems that we face in this country or the world or our own particular problems by trying to do Band-Aid measures and fix this and that and hope that everything is going to be okay. The problems are very major and fundamental, and I believe that it requires a raising of our awareness and consciousness so that we pierce through, we see through this illusion and this smoke screen that has been created in front of us as a distraction.
But according to you, all media, movies, television, radio, all input that we are given is driving us in exactly the opposite direction, not causing us to become aware of our spiritual self.
You're right. It is driving us in the opposite direction. So, again, because it is a spiritual foundation, that God lives in each and every one of us, and spiritual discipline is meant for us to make connection with God within so that we gain access to guidance and direction that is specific and particular to us as individuals. Well, a ruling class that seeks to play God and wishes to have us do their bidding, they don't want us to fulfill that objective. Where we are listening to that still small voice inside, they want us to get locked into the conditioned responses that they spend so much time and money building within us, so that we get lost in our own thinking, and because we think in terms of habit patterns.
I understand exactly what you're saying. This radio show is not long enough for us to properly explore so that people will understand what you're saying. It takes a pretty broad view to jump into what you're saying without requiring specifics, because there aren't specifics. It's a much broader picture that you're drawing. I follow that much, Stephen.
Just to give the general idea of where the source of the problem lies, that because we are spiritual beings, essentially that's who we are, and the situation we find ourselves in is not a natural situation, because a spiritual being living and trying to be happy in a material world is like a fish trying to live on dry land. It's not a compatible situation, and it requires our taking a moment out from our lives to examine what we're doing here and what we think is really important.
Yep. I don't reject that at all. First time caller line, we're almost out of time. You're on the air with Stephen Jacobson. Hi.
Hi, this is Larry calling from Bellingham.
Hi.
Art, keep up the good work.
Thank you.
Stephen, yes, I want to share something interesting with you. Back in '93, I stopped watching TV. It changed my life. And I think TV is the primary culprit.
Yes.
It changed my life because I started focusing, I started reading books, and I started getting interested in my spiritual life and consciousness and things like Robert Goldsworth talks about and others.
Mm-hmm.
And and I guess what I would say is that since I've stopped watching TV, that when I get together, meet with people my own age group, economic group, that what I find is that they're so caught up into the materialism and they don't understand why my life is simplified. And I find it more and more difficult to relate to people. And when I do occasionally, like at the fitness club, I'll watch a commercial, a news break, whatever, I can't believe how fast it is and how confusing it is and how unsettling it is to my very being. And
Caller, you've made the best call of the night, but we're out of time. Stephen, we are utterly out of time, and we really, really, really need a lot more time for your point to be driven home, but I'm beginning to get it here toward the end of the program.
Well, it's a beginning.
And that caller, I think, was right on the money. I mean, dead on the money.
Definitely.
So listen, all I can do is say thank you. I'm sorry we didn't have more time. We'll do this again in detail, all right?
I've enjoyed it, Art. Thank you very much.
Take care. Stephen Jacobson, folks. Mind control. And I assume that for most of you who were listening, the same light bulb began to go off. Well, with radio, we do have a lot of time, so we'll do it again with Stephen. I'm Art Bell from the high deserts, an area near Dreamland. Good night.